Abgarajil wada gun watani utagulala len basak Abgarajil wada gun watani utagulala leson mande ikatim shab Abgarajil wada gun watani utagulala len basak Abgarajil wada gun watani utagulala leson mande ikatim shab Bulla lo yauda bijil batur bijil gada ويشيل عجل أبقى راجل وتقول لا لا وتفضل جاي قول لا لو يهود بجيل بدر ويشيل غدا ويشيل عجل أبقى راجل وتقول لا لا وتفضل جاي أبقى راجل وتقول وطني وتقول لا لا لين بسك أبقى راجل وتكون وطني وتقول لا لا لزول مادة يقدم شاب أبقى راجل وتكون وطني وتقول لا لا لين بسك أبقى راجل وتكون وطني وتقول لا لا لزول مادة يقدم شاب ولا لو يهود بيشيل بطور يشيل غدا ويشيل عجل أبقى راجل وتقول لا لا وتفضل جاي ولا لو يهود بيشيل بطور يشيل غدا ويشيل عجل
Thank you.
أبقى راجل وتقول لا لا وتفضل جاي لما جن زمان قيمتك مشغول كمومي كايكا ميركا ويد جور جالغا مغوايا يلويل أسبيا لما جن زمان قيمتك مشغول كمومي كايكا ميركا ويد جور جالغا مغوايا يلويل أسبيا لما جن زمان قيمتك مشغول كمومي كايكا ميركا ويد جور بابا Baladi wala kilong wel katiyaye Baba Africa Baladi wala kilong wel katiyaye Misas bella ma oyilon Kuna mumili kanyikong kapati Misas bella ma mwede kwa Kuna mumili kanyikong kapati Enkina tiya bella myak Ajila wet Wawede jiya tiyong kwang Misas bella ma oyilon Enkina tiya bella myak Ajila wet Wawede jiya tiyong kwang Misas bella ma oyilon Idan wadi ya jati mangwet Misas bella ma oyilon Ibaya wadi ya jati munangwet Misas bella ma oyilon Ibaya wadi gamel bayangwet Misas bella ma oyilon Bangire yi yedede Tanong long mar misas bella Kidide yi yedede Tanong long mar misas bella Itan wan yubu warni Ida zaba kiri Ida keng jambaya Kone yung kongwe Itan wan jas kalam gaj Kuma bachiri Ida keng jambaya Kone yung kongwe Itan wan yubu warni Ida zaba kiri Ida keng jambaya Kone yung kongwe Itan marujol wanyor Kuma bachiri Ida keng jambaya Kone yung kongwe Abang narkin bi banyak Wawe wasbelam Kaya isi mut Abang narkin bi banyak Wawe wasbelam Kaya isi mut Pagkira iya dede Kanong long mar misas belam Kibide iya dede Kanong long mar Mrs. Bellam, Balgire yet, and no long matter Mrs. Bellam, Kitty day yet, and no long matter Mrs. Bellam.
Good morning, good afternoon, good night, good evening, wherever you tune in tonight to watch this live broadcast, Concerned Citizen of South Sudan Live, Saturday, September 4th, 2021. It is only 8 days to mark the so-called Khartoum Peace Agreement, which was signed on September 12th, 2018. The peace that actually will raise alarm, indicating that it's not genuine and will never be genuine and it will not be implemented. And exactly what we have said almost 3 years ago, which is 3 years ago, it is going to be 3 years ago. And now the autocratic government in Juba is planning for another 2 years to make it 5 years interim period. So I welcome all of you. نرحب بكم مجددا viewers of Concerned Citizen of South Sudan في كل مكان لهذا اليوم. يوم نحن بدأنا فيه اليوم نناقش future strategies for South Sudan. So please go ahead and share the live broadcast, and you may also visit the YouTube and subscribe our page there, so you can get everything that new we put forward. Go ahead, and the page there is John Cor Mayol on YouTube. أهلا بكم مجددا، مرحب بكم في Concerned Citizen of South Sudan في هذا اليوم، اليوم اللي بدينا فيه وبعد أعلام وآمال الشعب السوداني الجنوبي من أجل الثورة، أن يستمر الثورة حتى يرحل النظام القاشم، النظام القاهر، النظام الذي يعني أنهك شعبنا طيلة 16 عاما. شكرا في المتابعة دائما، وشكرا ل being part of Concerned Citizen of South Sudan. اليوم زي ما أنا قلت نحن هنناقش future strategy for South Sudan، ولكن يبدو إنه أنا ببدأ بموضوع مهم جدا جدا في اثنين موضوع، قصتين. اللي هو القصة الأولى، ثلاثة مواضيع. I am going to read an article actually was posted by Mr. Tiger Kwan في قصته المحزونة، القصة اللي حصل في جوبا في نهاية شهر أغسطس. وبعد كده برضو أنا أتكلم عن القصة. The woman in Lake State was attacked by a hyena. She lost one child actually and she's wounded so bad. أنا كان عندي فيديو المفروض نعرضه لكم، لكن للأسف device is not accepting that the link of the video. لكن أنا بجيبه المرات القادمة الحديث اللي هي أطلع بها. يعني قصة محزنة جدا جدا. and also المعاناة لاجئي جنوب السودان في دولة السودان. برضو أنا أعرض لكم الفيديو تقرير من الجزيرة قبل ما نحن ننطلق ونبدأ في حديث حول استراتيجيات مستقبلية لجنوب السودان. ولكن دعوني أقرأ هذا القصة. قصة مهم جدا جدا تحصل كل يوم في ربوع بلادنا. المأساة للحوامل، المأساة للأطفال، للأرامل، سكلة، ولكل من هو ضعيف في جنوب السودان، في دولة السودان الجنوبي. وده كله اللي بيخلينا نتكلم إنه الثورة لما قامت في عام 1983 قامت إنه إحنا كنا شعبي يعني درجة ثالثة في دولتنا، ولذلك الثورة قامت من أجل أن يكون هنالك عدالة وتنمية والمساواة في البلد. ولكن للأسف سلفا كير مع مجموعته هم ما بينظروا للنقطة دي هي كقضية حيوية، وقضية أصلا من أجلها قامت ثورة الحركة الشعبية لطيلة 22 عاما، وإنما هم أصحاب المسائل الخاصة في جوبا. فدعوني نقرأ القصة. قصة مؤلمة جدا جدا. انتبهوا، أنا بقرأه بالعربي وبعدين ممكن نحن نشرحه وبعد كده نجي نخش في موضوع بتاع اللاجئين في منطقة النيل الأبيض في السودان. عندما تغيب دور الحكومة يدفع المواطن الثمن وتحصد أرواح الأبرياء. طبعا القصة دي زي ما قلت للأخ تايجر كواج قصته المحزونة. وانا نقلته من بيج استاذ مولو لايك داو، هو مشاهد الان معنا اليوم. كتب صاحب المأساة الأخ تايجر قصته المحزونة، وقال: قصتي المؤلمة بمستشفى جوبا تعليمي. جوبا هذا هو المكان الذي نحن فيه كعاصمة دولة ذات سيادة كاملة. في 8 أغسطس 2021 فقدت زوجتي المحبوبة الوحيدة بمستشفى جوبا التعليمي. توفيت الراحلة بطفل عمره 8 أشهر و19 يوما في رحمها. أصيبت في قدلي 1، طبعا قدلي حي من أحياء جوبا، في ليلة الأحد حوالي الساعة 1 صباحا بمنزلنا في منزلنا. أصيبت زوجتي بألم في البطن وحركة غير عادية للطفل في الرحم. فورا أرعت إلى العيادة الخاصة، مركز ميديكال الطبي، على بعد دقائق قليلة من المنزل. للأسف لم نجد دكاترة، وجدنا فقط القابلات في الخدمة الليلية. قالوا لنا إنه لا يوجد طبيب، ونصحونا بالنقل المريضة إلى مجمع جوبا الطبي، إلى مجمع جوبا الطبي، على أمل أن يكون هناك طبيبا يعمل ليلا. تكرر نفس الشيء، وجدنا فقط قابلات في مركز GMC which is Juba Medical Center. ذهبنا إلى مجمع جوبا الطبي، لا وجدنا طبيب في الخدمة الليلية، لذلك نصحوها أيضا بالنقل إلى مستشفى جوبا التعليمي. وصلنا مستشفى جوبا التعليمي الساعة 2 صباحا، الساعة 2 بالليل يا جماعة. فورا أجرى الطبيب المناوب للمريضة فحصا بالموجات فوق الصوتية، وقال إن الطفل مات في الرحم بسبب انقسام الحبل السري وهناك نزيف داخلي، لذلك قرر إجراء عملية جراحية سريعة لإنقاذ الأم. لمعرفة مستوى الهيموغلوبين وفصيل CBC، طبعا ده اللي هو بلاد تايب، طلب الطبيب إجراء اختبار الدم. من هنا بدأت المأساة. للأسف الدكتور المسؤول عن المختبر غير موجود، ولا حتى الفنيين، والمختبر مقفول، لا يمكن إجراء الاختبار. طبعا هم عايزين عشان يحصل فحص، عشان ما يقدر يعرف وات تايب بلاد عشان يعمل العملية. بحثنا عن الفنيين في كل مكان داخل قسم المختبر، لا يوجد شيء سوى معدات العمل، ما في زول إلا بس معدات العمل اللي هم بيشتغلوا فحص. المرضى قالوا فنيين المختبر غالبا في مرضى، الناس عيانين هنا قالوا الفنيين غالبا ينامون في إحدى المكاتب، كنا نايمين في المكاتب. قمنا بفحص جميع المكاتب في قسم المختبر، وطرقنا جميع أبوابها بحثا عن الفنيين، ولكن لم نعثر على أي أحد. دقوا أبواب كله، ما في أي زول لقوا. تحركنا صعودا وهبوطا بين قسم المختبر وقسم أمراض النساء بحثا عن مكان إجراءات الاختبار، ولكن هيهات لم نجد لحتى الساعة 5 صباحا. للحصول على أنبوب لوضع الدم، بس عشان يلقى أنبوب عشان يضعوا دم، عندها نصحنا الجراح بالذهاب إلى GMC again which is Juba Medical Center، الذي سيؤخذ لتحليل الطبيب الجراح، أخذ عينة الدم. ذهبنا أيضا وإحضار الأنبوب الذي كان موجود في جي ام سي ووضعوها في الأنبوب. جرينا بسرعة مسرعين إلى إجراءات التحليل. عدنا وسلمنا للجراح ورقة النتيجة الاختبار الذي تم إجراؤه. فحينئذ أخبرنا الجراح والطبيب المناوب إن المريض بحاجة إلى نقل الدم. طلبوا منا الذهاب إلى بنك الدم للحصول على كمية الدم المطلوب للجراح. وقتها كانت الساعة 7. تخيلوا الحكاية بدأت من الساعة 1 في جوديلي، والزول لافي مع مرته لافين بالليل، يمشي مركز ويمشي مستشفى يقول له يا أخي ما في دم وما في ده، والناس شغالين ما موجودين. ذهبنا إلى قسم المختبر ده مرة ثانية، لكنهم ما زال ولكنها ما زال مغلقا. لقوا لنا القسم اللي هو بتاع بنك الدم ده لسه مغلق. ثم انتقلنا إلى بنك الدم الوطني خارج المستشفى، ولكن للأسف ما زال مغلقا أيضا. بحثا عن الدم لسوء الحظ ليس لديهم دم، لذلك ذهبنا أيضا إلى جي ام سي. نسهوني بالعودة إلى مستشفى جوبا التعليمي. بعد ما هو رجع كمان لجي ام سي هو ميديكال سنتر كلينيك، قال له لا هسه بعد كده إلا ترجع شنو لمستشفى جوبا التعليمي. عدنا إلى مستشفى جوبا التعليمي في انتظار أن يفتح قسم المختبر أبوابه. في ذلك الوقت أجرى الطبيب الجراحة العملية للمريضة، وتم نقلها من غرفة العمليات إلى جناح. أخيرا فتح قسم المختبر. بعد كده قسم المختبرات الطبية فتحت عشان يعمل فحص الساعة 9 صباحا. قدمنا لهم نتيجة الاختبار من أجل التصديق للحصول على الدم من بنك الدم الذي تم إجراؤه في جي ام سي. لسوء الحظ رفض الناس الفنيين بتاع المختبر في 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 المستشفى، رفضوا قسم المختبر النتيجة التي أجرتها وطالبوا بإجراء اختيار خاص بهم. قال لازم شنو يعملوا اختبار ثاني أيضا. أعطونا أنبوب للعينة. أخذنا إلى قسم أمراض النساء وأخذوا عين الدم من المريضة. وعدنا إلى قسم المعمل، لكنهم ما زالوا يرفضون العينة بدعوى إن الدم ربما يختلط بتنقيط ولا يمكن يعطي نتيجة دقيقة. من هنا بدأت في الشجار. لا طبعا ده الزوج راجل المرأة معهم، متسائلا أما يمكنني فعله كشخص لديه مريض يعاني من نقص الدم بعد فعل كل ما طلبوا مني. عندما أعليت صوتي، لما هو أعلى صوته على الرجل يبدو أنه مسؤول عن المعمل، استصحبني إلى غرفة مختبر أخرى وقال إن لديهم دما جاهز في الثلاجة، وطلب مني الاتصال بالأشخاص يمكن التبرع بالدم حتى يقدموا لنا الدم الموجود في الثلاجة. يعني زول قال له يا أخي في الدم، لكن احنا ما بنديك الدم ده الا انت تتصل باقاربك عشان هم يجيبوا نجي نشيلوا منهم دم عشان نديك الدم ده، ويكون في تعويض للدم في شنو بنك الدم المركزي. الحمد لله لم يكن اقاربي واصدقائي بعيدين عني. فورا استصحب حوالي 7 اشخاص، هو لقى 7 نفر لتبرع بالدم. ولكن للاسف اثناء عمليه اختيار المتبرعين، يعني الزمن اللي هم كان الناس بيتبرعوا بالدم، رن هاتفي واستلمت مكالمة حوالي الساعة 10 صباحا تفيد بأن زوجتي الحبيبة توفيت بسبب صدمة بسبب فقدان الدم. حاجة مؤسف جدا جدا. انتوا سمعتوا اللي حصل شنو؟ خلينا نشرح لكم بسيط. الراجل ده مرته كان حاملة 8 شهر و19 يوم، ساكنين في جوديلي. ده الناس قاعدين في وسط أحياء في جوبا في العاصمة بتاعت الدولة. المرأة حاملة 8 شهر و19 يوما. الظاهر إنه الجنين ماتت في البطن. الكلام ده حصل الساعة كم؟ الساعة 1 بالليل يا جماعة. مشوا المستشفى، مشوا المستشفى ما لقى دكاتره، لقى ممرضات. الممرضات قال يا اخي ما في دكتور، فافضل انك تمشي لو شنو لمركز جي ام سي which is جوبا ميديكال سنتر كلينيك. مشوا هناك نفس الحكايه، ما لقوا ناس، لقوا بس دكتور واحد بس، والدكتور هم لقوا ده قال يا اخي ليه يكون في فحص عشان نقدر نعرف بلاد تايب نوعيه الدم عشان يقدر يعمل عمليه، لانه الظاهر الجنين اتوفى في شنو في رحم مرتك. للاسف كنت ماشي للمختبر عشان يعملوا فحص، لقى الناس اللي هو الفنيين بتاع المختبر ما في شيء. القصه بدات هم بقى يسالوا يعملوا شنو. الناس العيانين الراكدين في المستشفى هناك ولا الناس اللي جو للمستشفى كان بيقولوا يا اخي الناس ديل احيانا هم بينوموا في مكاتب بالليل، يعني السيدة هم شنو بيكونوا شغالين بينوموا في مكاتب بالليل. الراجل ده بدا شنو يطرق ابواب، يدق ابواب، لانه هو عايز عشان يقدر ينقذ مرته، لان مرة جنين مات في البطن ومرة في حاله خطر جدا جدا، ولو ما في عمليه هتموت حسب نصيحه الدكتور. ما قدروا يتحصلوا على اي حاجه، بدأوا يمشي بين مستشفى جوبا تعليمي وبين شنو كلينيك. لما يمشي مستشفى جوبا تعليمي مشي هناك لقى المختبر كمان مغلق. المختبر نيل اللي بيشيل منه شنو بلاد، يعمل بلاد درا لابراتوري اللي هو اللاب. فبقى في تحير من هنا لهنا 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 لحد الموضوع وصل لهذه الساعه كم يا جماعه؟ الساعه 10 صباحا. الساعه 10 صباحا بعد كده هو زعل، بقى يعني منزعج شديد لانه مرته في حاله خطيره جدا جدا. حسب الروايه اللي هو قاله في الكلام في خطابه انه في راجل كان موجود في مختبر، هو قد اعلى صوته، هو منزعج، فناداه في الغرفه الخاصه وقال له يا اخي عندنا دم، لكن عشان احنا نديك الدم لازم تجيب لنا ناس يتبرعوا بالدم كمان عشان يكون في تعويض للدم اللي بنديك له، نديك دم وفي دم ثاني داخل لشنو لبنك الدم. لحسن حظه كان حسب كلامه قال يا اقربائي كان قريبين، في ناس كان جنبه فناداهم. فبعد ما الناس جو عشان هو اثناء كان بيتبرعوا بالدم بيجروا منهم دم، طوالي جاوا تلفون وقالوا يا اخي مرتك مات. انا جبت القصه دي نشرحه لكم في الفورم ده. It's not just for fun, but it's for you to understand. It's for you to understand حجم المعاناة، how our people are suffering regardless انت ساكن في جوبا، انت قاعد وين، انت قاعد وين. هسه الحصل ده داخل العاصمة في جودالي 1، وده الدولة اللي كل يوم نحن بنتكلم عنه. الدولة هي شنو؟ الدولة ما جيش، الدولة ما بوليس بس، الدولة ما ناشر سكيورتي، الدولة ما رئيس، الدولة مضمون الخدمات للشعب. إذا كان مواطن بقى في حالة زي ده مرته يموت، ما في خدمات في المستشفى، وده الكلام اللي قاعدين نتكلم فيه كل يوم عشان انتوا تفهموا. الناس مثلا اللي بيكذبونا بيقولوا يا وي ار اوكي وي هاف انفراستراكشر جوبا كويس ايفري وير كويس، ده بس في العاصمه جوبا. ما بالك في المناطق النائيه، المناطق البعيده، المناطق اللي ما فيها ولا كلينيك ذاتها، ما بالك. بالرغم من الراجل ده عنده شويه قروش في يدينه يمشي المعتبر، يمشي عياده الخاصه عشان ينقذ مرته، لكن بعد ده كله ما قدر. ده الكلام اللي احنا بنقوله كل يوم، ما كلام للضحك، ما كلام لاستهتار، ده كلام بيخص حياة شعب. هل الزوجة دي، المرأة دي الماتت مع الجنين في بطنها، هل ما كان من عندها حق انها تعيش؟ لو في خدمات في الدولة، لو في خدمات صحية في الدولة، لو عندنا الدولة بتوفر خدمات صحية وبتعطي المسؤولية، لأن أنت لما تكون دكتور ولا تكون فني بتاع مختبر في إجراءات في الوزارة أنت موجود فيه، أكيد أنت ما هتمشي تنام، أكيد أنت ما هتمشي تقفل نفسك بمكتب تنوم. لكن عشان بيكوز احنا قاعدين في بلد انت ما بتعرف راس وين وما بتعرف ضنب وين، لان بلد مليان نبتزم، اخوان، بلد ما مفهوم اننا ماشيين وين. That's why كل زول بيعمل داير يعمله كده. انت بس فكر بنفسك، ده الدولة اللي احنا كنا بنحلم من اجلها يموت فيه اطفال ويموت الزوجة ويموت المرأة بجنين في بطنها. يعني حالة دي لا توصف، يعني حالة مأساوية. انا داير اشرحه لك، انا جبته عشان اقرا الكلام ده عشان الناس يقدر تفهم اللي بيحصل كل يوم. لان الناس بيشوفوا الكلام اللي احنا بنقوله ده كلام ساكت، بيقولوا الناس دي بعيدين هناك they don't know even what happening here, but actually in fact we are not that far away. We are in it and we are together. We are together. عشان كده الحق هو الحق. There is no alternative يا جماعة to the truth always. عشان كده انت لازم تعرف حقك كشعب، كمواطن، انك حق في دولتك. انت عارف لما ابوي انا يموت، لما ابوي يبقى عيان، لما يصيبه مرض، ولا لما ابوك يبقى عيان وما في دواء، ما في دم، ما في مكان، ما في فني عشان يجور من الدم يختبروا، ده ما مسؤوليتي انا كابن. انت عارف الكلام ده ما مسؤوليتي انا، لان الدوله من واجبها ان توفر الخدمات الاساسيه للمواطنين. لان ابوي هو مواطن، انا مواطن، المراه دي مواطنه. يعني ما بس زوجها هي تمشي هو يمشي ويلف ويمشي هنا ويمشي هنا، لا. يس، من واجبي انا اشيل ابوي واوديه المستشفى، من واجبي انا اشيل مرتي واوديه المستشفى، من واجبي انا اشيل جنايه واوديه المستشفى، لكن الدوله لن توفر الخدمات. هذا الرجل قام بمهام بتاعه انه يودي مرته المستشفى، لكن ما في خدمات. يا المرة ماتت. and this is not an isolated case. الوضع دي بتحصل كل يوم، بتحصل كل يوم في بلدنا. الناس بتموت من مرض المفروض ما تموت منها، الناس بتموت من جوع، الناس بتموت من اشياء المفروض ما يموتوا منها. حينما اصحاب الجلاله اي يعتبر انفسهم بيشوفوا انفسهم ملوك لهذا الوطن، بيستمتعون بخير البلد. الاويل بيباع في اسواق عالميه، والعائدات بتجي لجيوان، والشعب بيموت، والشعب بيعاني. فكر في الكلام ده. يصح الكلام ده؟ المواطن عنده حق حتى ولو بسيط، حتى ولو بسيط، لكن لا. لأن هؤلاء الموجودين في جيوان عمت قلوبهم، القلوب بقى عميان، عميان ما فاضين. They turn their back to the people of South Sudan. That's why we said we must remove them. We must remove them. عشان يكون في دولة القانون، عشان يكون في دولة فيها خدمات، عشان يكون في دولة فيها أمن، عشان يكون في شارع، عشان يكون في دواء، عشان يكون في بنك الدم اللي هي لو مواطن جات وعايز دم يلقاه، لو مواطن جاء وعايز دواء يلقاه، لو مواطن جاء وعايز مويه نظيف يلقاه، لو مواطن عايز يلقى الدكتور يلقى الدكتور موجود، ويلقى الفني البياء بتاع مختبرات طبيه موجود، مش يلقاهم كلهم نايمين في مكاتب. يلقاهم في مكاتب لان البلد ما في responsibility. لان الاكزامبلري دائما بيبدا من التوب. النموذج دائما بيبدا من شنو؟ من فوق. الاستاذ لو هو ما نموذج للستودنت، للطلبه الفصل، الطلبه ما يفهموا حاجه وهيكونوا ماشيين بس وما يفهموا and they will not care. ولو القانون ما نفذ البلد بيكون فوضى. والقانون بينفذ لما يكون في خدمات وانت بتاخذ حقك وانا اخذ حقي، وبعد كده لو غلطت قانون ما بيرحمني انا. This is how it's supposed to be. Think about this story. Think about this story. The story of this brother اللي انا كلمتكم عنه، تايجر كوان. Think about it. لو عمت قلبك كده شويه كده listen to your heart and think about it. Are we really better off with this regime? Are we better off with the regime? Is what they're doing is a right thing to do? And that's why we invite you to be part of this. Let me go ahead. القصة اللي I played ده قصة حاجة حصل في جوبا في ليج ستيت وانا عندي اساسا الفيديو بس I was not able to upload it. في ليج ستيت مرة بأطفالها هاجموا مرفئين هاجموا على أسرة. أنا شفت المرة دي قبل كان بتحكي في الصورة وأنا maybe next week or this coming days I will play this video. مرفئين عضاها في يده هنا وعضاها هنا وعنده ولد صغير مرفئين تماو قتلوا. وده ما أول مرة المرفئين ده يهاجم على الأسر. قالوا هاجم قبل كده وأكل مرة. شوف لدرجة إن المرفئين في بلدنا بقى ياكل ناس. مرفئين يوم داك بيجري من الناس. مرفئين أكل مرة وشاب. الكلام ده حصل في الليج ستيت. This is not a joke. يعني sometimes هنا بنقول كلام الناس بيشوفوا زي كانوا كلام فارغ. زي كان joke. شوف في يوم 30 لما أعلنا الثورة شفت الجوبا كان مدجج بسلاح كيف؟ شفت الجوبا كان مدجج بسلاح كيف وبوليس وناشونال سكيورتي وام اي وما اعرف ايه وديل كله عشان يعمل شنو؟ قال عشان يحموا السلطه يعمل حمايه لمين؟ لسلطه الرئيس سلفا كير. حمايه سلطه سلفا كير. حين السلاح ده ما كان من الاحرى ان يستخدم عشان يعملوا المسكين المرفئين بيعملوا اتاك في الليج ستيت. بس اماجن في ناس عندهم معاناه في الغرى وفي العاصمه جوبا في ناس عندها معاناه وفي نفس الوقت السلاح ده بيستخدم لحمايه سياده الرئيس جلاله الملك ملك جنوب السودان. بس انت تتخيل بس المرحله اللي احنا وصلنا فيها. عشان كده انا بقول لكم يا اخوه واخوات ده بيتطلب مننا كلنا ان نتحرر ذهنيا. You must liberate your mind from this because your mind has been conquered by the ideas ده الرئيس بتاعنا وده ولد بتاعنا and you are suffering and your brother is suffering and your sister is suffering and your wife is suffering. إلى متى سنظل بهذا؟ إلى متى؟ لحد 200 لدرجة إن المرة تموت والبيموتوا أكثر من ده والأسرة يهجموا المرفئين اللي ممكن بس لو في واحد بوليس كده طبعا بيطردوا. اوكي ده في بلدنا اللي بنحتسبه جنوب السودان الجنوبي. تخيلوا وده الكلام اللي احنا بنتكلم عنه كل يوم. ما دام سلفا كير موجود في السلطه جنوب السودان will not see any the light at the end of the tunnel. ما يكون في تنميه، ما يكون في مشاريع، ما يكون في ازدهار في البلد، ما يكون في عداله، ما يكون في حريه، ما يكون في ده كله. وانتم شايفين you are experiencing it now. 16 سنه اللي هو في السلطه ما في اي تقدم، ما في ازدهار، ما في تغير، ما في اي حاجه. هنا في ظلام دامس وسنستمر في ظلام دامس until نقتلع هذا الطغاة، هؤلاء الطغاة. لأن هم السبب في الفتنة، هم السبب في الشتات، هم السبب في القبلية، هم السبب في تخلف اللي احنا بنعانيه اليوم. جنوب السودان أخذ استغلال in one of the best time 21st century. الزمن هنا نلنا استغلالنا فيه ما زي 1956 ولا 1800 or 1932. ده زمن كل الوسائل متاحة، وسائل الاتصال متاحة. يعني نحن we are lucky enough to gain our independence in this time. لكن because they wanted to loot, they did not want this country to move any step forward. معاناة مستمرة في كل أرجاء الوطن، مستمرة في كل أرجاء الوطن. سمعت القصة دي بتاعت المرة دي الماتت في جوبا بالجنين في بطنه. الجنة دي كان هيكون جنة بيرفع جنوب السودان يوم ما، والمرة دي عندها حاجة كان بيقدم لجنوب السودان Absolutely. You know. لكن ناس القلوب ميت زي ناس أبراهام ديل, you know, يقول لك come to Juba. لأن the only thing that they believe is to exercise force, because they don't even believe, you know, in debating ideas اللي بودي بلد قدام. لأن زول لما يكون عاجز فكريا ما يكون عنده حاجة, he does not have anything to offer. The only thing he can do is just to use force, is to kill, is to jail, is to beat people up. That's what they do, because he has nothing to offer. الإنسان دائما اللي ما عنده فكرة والما عنده أي ideas, they will use force. That's the only thing that they do, and they will always resist. But I'm going to tell you, at the end of the day, the truth will prevail. الحقيقة ده هيجي مهما طال الوقت. Our people will understand, and they already awakened now. They already awakened. You have seen in the 30 years what happened. شتات الشعب عشان يستمتعوا بخيرات الأمة. الناس في دول الجوار, refugees. Let me play suffering of our refugees in the neighboring country of Sudan. South Sudanese are suffering everywhere in the country and out because of the ruling of autocratic regime in Juba, بقيادة Salva Kiir. Let me play that. Just watch this.
أغلبها نساء وأطفال وعجز، هو الواقع الأسوأ على الإطلاق حين يجتاح حياة الشعوب، وهنا ترتسم المأساة بجميع صنوفها. أكثر من 100 أسرة أغلبها نساء وأطفال وعجزة يواجهون ظروفا إنسانية بالغة التعقيد. لقد رافقهم الموت الوشيك جوعا قبل أن يصلوا إلى هذا المخيم الذي تضاعفت فيه معدلات وصولهم يوميا في ظل استمرار التردي الأمني وانعدام الغذاء في الدولة الوليدة. مئات الأطفال هنا قد يجهلون ما يجري حولهم، لكنهم يدركون أن حياتهم تلك ليست طبيعية. فهذا المخيم الذي استقبل أكثر من 4000 لاجئ خلال 3 أشهر فقط بات مكتظا بنحو 16,000 لاجئ هم في حاجة عاجلة إلى مساعدات ممكنة للحياة، بل في حاجة إلى الحياة نفسها.
لا نعلم ما يحصل لنا، إننا نموت كل يوم. فقدنا كثيرا من أهلنا في الحرب والجوع، ورحلتنا إلى هنا كانت شاقة.
بما توفر من إمكانات شحيحة تحاول منظمات دولية وسودانية تقديم ما يضمن استمرار حياة من فقدوا كل شيء تقريبا، لكن الواقع هنا أكبر من أي إمكانيات، أو هكذا يبدو.
الدخول بقى بسبب أنه الناس ما لاقي حاجة تاكل أو المجاعة بصورة عامة يعني. فالكمية بتاعت الدخول كثيرة جدا يعني. نحن بنستقبل في اليوم حوالي 500 أو ل 700 نفر في اليوم، يعني ما يقارب 200 إلى 230 250 أسرة في اليوم. بيتم ترحيلهم من المجانس عبر الهلال الأحمر إلى نقطة الانتظار باستمارات ومن بعد وصولهم للمعبر.
جوليا واحدة من ضحايا الحرب والجوع في دولة جنوب السودان، تعاني في الحصول على الغذاء ومياه الشرب داخل المخيم، وتصارع ظروفها مع أخريات مثل ما تتطلع لنهاية فصل من كتاب المعاناة والتشرد والموت جوعا. تدفقات اللاجئين من دولة الجنوب على السودان لا تزال مستمرة، بل وبمعدلات متصاعدة يوما بعد يوم. فمن لم يمت بالحرب من هؤلاء مات بسبب الجوع. إذن هو واقع ينذر بكارثة إنسانية معقدة. أسامة سيد أحمد، الجزيرة، من داخل أحد مخيمات لاجئي جنوب السودان ولاية النيل الأبيض.
From candy bars to college card.
فمن لم يمت بالحرب مات جوعا. سمعتوا الكلام ده؟ ده جنوب السودان اللي احنا صوتنا overwhelmingly in 2011 and we declare the country. They are Genova, Sudan. You see, these beautiful people of South Sudan are suffering in the neighboring country of Sudan. انتوا شايفينه؟ لو انت عندك ضمير انساني، لو انت انسان، لانه في انسان بانسانيته وفي انسان من غير انسانيه. Human and human being. That's why we have both. And a human being is someone that actually care, and he has a human kind. He's a brother keeper, he's a sister keeper. That's a human being. لكن زول بدل بيكون human بس زيه زي اي حيوان. انتوا شايفين حيوانات في البريه مرات لما يكون ماشيين a tiger or any other animal will come and attack them and they will not care. They will just looking. ليه؟ لأنه they don't have brain. ما عندهم structure بتاع human زينا نحن، لأنه نحن بنفكر and we'll find a way to solve it. So عشان نحن إنسان بني آدمين عندهم عقول، ده المفروض يحصل. Imagine people in J1 are enjoying the meals and drinking and whining and all these things and dollars. ومواطنين جنوب السودان في اللجوء، يعني أنت شايفهم في النيل الأبيض في دولة السودان الجارة. You just make them become refugees just simply because you want to remain in power. Imagine أنت إنسان عندك ضمير. الناس اللي بيعملوا سبورت للنظام الفاشل ده أنت عندك ضمير بس كده، بس أنت استعمل لنفسك كإنسان. Just don't see yourself as someone with the power. Don't see yourself إنه uncle بتاعك is in power. Don't see that your tribe men يعني مثلا زول من قبيلة بتاعك in power. Just see yourself as a human being that ربنا خلقك. How do you feel? How do you feel to see as a father, as a mother, to see another South Sudanese is suffering because of man-made crisis? How do you feel? And it's not too long ago we were fighting for this not to happen. We were fighting because of this marginalization. How do you feel? That's why we said we had enough. لأن جنوب السودان عندهم صبر. شعب جنوب السودان شعب عنده صبر 16 سنة. And we keep suffering and we continue to suffer. And why would you keep that regime? That's why we are determined. And they have to be removed. والشعب دي قادر. Because enough is enough. I just show you a few. This is coming from northern Upper Nile. I did not show you about northern Barghazal. You just saw those from northern Upper Nile. They walk and cross the border and go to Sudan. So they can be safe, so they can have meal, they can live. Okay? But if I tell you about northern Barghazal, where I come from, do you know how many people migrated every single day? In Babanusa, in Dayan, in Mujlat, in Meram, in Rahat. Even they were killed, several weeks ago in Rahat. Because there is no cameras there to show you. There is no Al Jazeera reporter there. There is no somebody reporting there. Our people from northern Barghazal, in hundreds of thousands, live alone in Khartoum, في معسكرات. Right? But the leadership in the country decided for people to suffer. These are the same people that you say, oh, you will see some people, Asakir, Ubishubu Nasum, they are suffering and they are not saying anything. And that's why I'm saying that it doesn't matter how you are loyal to this government, it will not be loyal to you. Salva Kiir have shown a lot that he will never be loyal to you. Those who were loyal to him, he threw them under the bus. And I gave you always the example of Paul Malong Awan, who was the governor of Northern Barghazal, who just left the Northern Barghazal gubernatorialship and went to fight in 2013 and recruited, young Matianganyor to fight for Salva Kiir. But look what he has done to him. I'm not talking about even removing him from the power. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, Salva Kiir and as a human being. Look what he has done to Paul Malong. When Paul Malong's daughter died and he has to go and bury his daughter, look what he has done to him. He refused for him to go because he cared about the power. He doesn't trust anyone. He has no loyalty to anyone. He will use you. But when he's no longer interested in you, he wouldn't care. Janak mat, Abuk mat, Munum mat, he wouldn't care. He prevented Paul Malong to go and bury his daughter. I think these are the things that, made Paul Malone so angry, because they were buddies with Salva Kiir. خليك من قصة Paul Malone. General Kwalmanyang joke. In 2006, after we lost our founding father, Dr. John Garang, who قال لسلفا كير أقعد هنا يا كاميرا نواجه 10 في كرسي ده. He is the reason that President Kiir is president of South Sudan today. معلوم Kwalmanyang ما يمكن كان يقول لي زول أنا أقعد هنا. ما يمكن كان يقول لي زول أنا أقعد في كرسي ده. He's the reason. Look now what happening. Do you know on the 30th, on the 29th of this month, 29 of this of August, بعد ما نحن أعلنا ثورة هنا نطلع برا يوم 30. Listen this carefully from me. يوم 29 Kwalmanyang كان ماشي شركات. He was visiting because somebody died from his relative and he has to go and pay his respect. He was visiting. Do you know what he did? Kwalmanyang was restrained not to leave Juba. And Kwalmanyang ما بيعرف. بعد ما Kwalmanyang وصل في كوبري. اوكي اللي بيودي للشركات في واحد لواء في ناشونال سكيورتي طلع من هناك باحترام شديد قال يا بن اداو تحيه وقال له يا بن اننا عارفين انك انت ده تمشي لنا الشركات عشان عندك زول مات لكن صور ان احنا ما بنخليك تمشي لان جانا تعليمات من فوق ان انت ما تمشي هناك. قال انت ما you cannot leave Juba. This is the man that because of him he's in power now. Imagine. Kwalmanyang من غير تردد قال ليه وتعليمات منو؟ قالوا والله تعليمات من بن. Kwalmanyang بو ماشي all the way to J1. مريال بنجامين قالوا بصراحة يا بالمكتوب. قال والله بن قال كده لكن انت هسه بن فاضل لو ده خش. Kwalmanyang رفض انه يدخل. ده ما كلام ساق الرومس زي ما الناس بيقول رومس. ده من مصادر موثوقة كلام ده جانا في جوبا. This is Salva Kiir. عشان كده أنا بقول لك مهما كان أنت شايف نفسك وزير الآن وأخوك وزير وابن عمك وزير وخالتك وما أعرف إيه وأخوك قائد كبير في الجيش. Don't think that Salva Kiir is loyal to you. He's not. He will not be loyal to you. One day if you think about كرسي بتاعه ده you'll be in trouble. Or if you disagree with him لأن Salva Kiir ما بقبل زول اللي بيكون عنده disagreement with him. The same thing happened to Edward Lino. Edward Lino كان بيلف في عواصم غربية بيدي محاضرات في جامعات. خلال المحاضرات دي بيجي قروش للحركة الشعبية to run the affairs of the SPLM. Edward Lino simply because عشان هو كان قال يا جماعة الزول اللي انتوا اخترتوه ده عشان يليد البلد ده هينقسم وهيكون لنا مشاكل وهيكون في قبلية وما هننهض ما هنمشي قدام. ده العداوة. السلفا كير مسك بس عشان إدوارد لينو have disagreement. خلاص. لهذا ما إدوارد لينو مات من غير ما يكون هو في مركز القرار في دولة السودان الجنوبي. So I want to tell you my dear brothers, keep dreaming in Salva Kiir loyal to you. He's not loyal to our country. He's not loyal to our people. He's not loyal to his commanders. He's not loyal to people who work with him. And he will never be loyal. I'm telling you this. وكلام بتاعي ده بعد زمن انتوا هتذكروا برضه هتقولوا في واحد كده بيعمل ازعاج في السوشيال ميديا as people say always. You will acknowledge this. As I said not too long ago, 4 years ago, in this president is using political deception and he will continue to do so. And it happened. I was right. With political deception, رفض انه to implement peace agreement of Addis. رفض كمان انه to implement peace agreement who was signed في 2018 September 12. رفض انه ينفذ مقررات national dialogue اللي هو ذاته is the one that initiated اللي هو كان مشى في national legislative assembly in December 14 2016 وقال يا اخي national legislative national dialogue is the way forward. We need to listen to our people and whatever our people will say, that's what we're going to do. We're in a national dialogue الآن. I'm telling you about Salva Kiir. I'm telling you about the man that I knew, the man that I monitored since 2009. This is the man I start monitoring him since 2009. Incident Tamaridi. incident ayambio we incident wow 2012 ula man macha kwa jogal yaki gal bahan gena ke bahan dun te ci bahan te chen ben ke ci ben pol. See, it was fooling people. It fooled you. It was fooling people. But behind you, you are not getting anything from the bank. Do you have a hospital? Do you have schools? Do you have roads? Do you have security in Warab? Do you have those? You don't have them. You don't have schools. You don't have medical center. You don't have all of this. When he is saying that behind the Chen Bent and Weke Paul, behind you, Gala SPLM will rule for 100 years. He meant himself. What did you benefit from that bind? He's the one that benefited from that bind. And he's ordering a call to kill people. Every time. He's the one that ordered a call. Zakar fi Christmas 2019, who could match if Kenisa Vikator, who could Naski the can whether get a crisis for Juba. The security force had been put in the ground. Because it doesn't believe in police, it believes in security force. Because it's using the security force, national security, to suppress our people in the country. That's why this national security is a symbol of hate. We will abolish it and we will re-instruct it. We will abolish that national security because it becomes symbol of hate. Well, Mabnada, I could not have, will be the museum. Will be. Where is all? Al-ma biyakbal al-qanun. Al-qanun. With that, I wanted to welcome my dear brother, Dengdira York in the studio, and we move on. Ustaz Dengdira York, welcome to Concerned Citizen of South Sudan. You look very good, brother, and it's good to see you. And today, we are discussing this very important topic, future strategy for South Sudan. Ustaz Dengdira York, welcome to Concerned Citizen of South Sudan. Thank you for joining me. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, my brother Jonkur. I greet you in the studio, and I greet our people who are following the show wherever they have tuned in around the globe. And I say to them, good morning, good evening, good night, good afternoon. This is according to our different time zones.
Yes.
Around the world. We are here today in the show to speak about our country, to speak about the future and what should be done in the future. So we are going to share some thought. We are not going to say everything, but we'll say a few things about the future that we want. And I thank you very much for sharing with our viewers the two videos, the one in which the hyena attacked the woman, and she managed to fight courageously against the hyena until she managed to defeat it. And we are so saddened by the fact that the hyena devoured one of her children. This is not the first time, it happened several times. And this one tells you that there is no security. Even the wild animals in the Republic of South Sudan are attacking the citizens and civilians in towns and in villages, and there is no one there to protect them. There were no wildlife soldiers around to take care of that hyena in a way that they know, because they are trained to deal with wild animals. So that is a very sad story, and it tells the people of South Sudan the crisis that we have in the country, the crisis of insecurity, the crisis of the government not taking care of the citizens, that the citizens are left alone to struggle. I am also happy for sharing with us the report, the Al Jazeera report about the South Sudanese refugees in the neighboring Sudan, that is in the White Nile state. Those who are watching the show can judge now for themselves. They can see how miserable and destitute our people are in the neighboring countries. And the way the reporter concluded the report was so sad and touching at the same time, because he said, these people, those who did not die by war, have to die by hunger. And that is the general situation in our country as we speak here. So the two reports sends a great message to those who are watching this show, and it tells them that there is no state in the geographical location that we call South Sudan. It exists as a geographical location, it exists in name as a state or as a country, but there is no state, there is no viable state there, because all the citizens of this country are scattered around the world and in the neighboring countries. South Sudan is not a better place for living under the leadership of General Salva Kiir Mayardit and Riek Machar and their government. So this is the story we understand from the two reports. It means that under these people, our people will continue to be miserable. Our people shall continue to be suffering. Our people shall continue to die. Our people shall continue to be homeless, and they shall continue to live as refugees in the neighboring countries. And that is why we come here and talk about the way forward, that we need these two leaders to step aside. As the national dialogue said it earlier, so that they allow the country to move forward. But sadly, there are people who are still saying that these leaders should stay in power. Why should they stay in power? Why should this government continue to be there, the regime in Juba? It should not be allowed to continue to be there, because it is not offering anything to the citizens that they have taken oath to say. And that's why we say this government must go. We are not saying that this government must go because we have personal hatred or negative sentiments against any of those leaders, but because they fail to meet the demands, the expectations, and the aspirations of our people in our new republic. And we are here saying enough is enough. The last decades of our independence has proven enough to all of us that these two leaders and their government will never take us into the promised land of justice, liberty, and prosperity. And for those who are watching this show, I would like to tell you that these three words, justice, liberty, and prosperity, are the dream of South Sudan as a country. They are the values of our country. And in every generation, we shall live to ensure that these three words are a reality in the jurisdictions of our power, that there is justice, and that there is liberty, and that there is prosperity. Now, these three words are not a reality under the current totalitarian and autocratic government. There is no justice in the Republic of South Sudan. There is no liberty, and there is no prosperity. So we are fighting here to bring about a new South Sudan, where these three words, these three values of our country would be made a reality for everyone to enjoy. That is why we are here. Before I come to the topic that we are talking about today, I would like to connect you back to the current status in the country. There are a lot of developments that are happening in the country, but I would like to make some comments on three important things.
Okay.
And these 3 important things are here. There are a lot of things. Insecurity is still rampant all over the country. If you just go to any news outlet, if you go to A Radio, if you go to Radio Tamazu, if you go to Sudan Tribune, if you go to Sudan Post, if you go to any other news outlets, the first thing you will read about is 12 people killed, or 7 people injured, or 12 injured, and 20 killed. So this one tells you that insecurity is a major problem in the Republic of South Sudan. And those who claim to be there as a government in this country are not able to quench down the fire of insecurity that is burning all over the country. Yet they still claim to be the government. They still claim to be in control of the affairs of the Republic of South Sudan. So this is one of the things, but it is not here in my items.
Yes.
The 3 items I would like to talk about you as new political development. Number 1 is a statement by the Presidential Security Advisor, Mr. Toot Galwak. He made a statement 2 days ago, and the statement was published yesterday in one of the English newspapers in Juba, that is #1 citizen newspaper. It is a very short statement, and it is, he said, Kiir and Riek will not go. These are the words of the presidential advisor on security affairs, telling the people that Kiir and Riek are not going. When our people said it in the national dialogue grassroots conferences that were conducted in the 3 major areas that constitutes our country, that Riek and Kiir are the problem, and for the country to move forward, they have to step aside. Now that they have refused to step aside, what does this mean? It means that they are defying the will of the people of the Republic of South Sudan. It means that they don't care about what the people of South Sudan say. It means that they are abusing power. They have forgotten that these people who have talked through the national dialogue are the power, and that these people are the sovereignty of the country according to the Constitution, according to Article number 5 in the Constitution, because Article number 2 in the Transitional Constitution as amended stipulates clearly that sovereignty is vested in the people and shall be exercised by the state through its democratic institutions. So the sovereignty that Kiir and Machar and other constitutional post holders are exercising through the institutions that are described in this article as democratic institutions, that sovereignty which they are exercising is visited in the people of South Sudan. And therefore, when they ignore the voice of the people of South Sudan, it means that they are undermining the sovereignty of the Republic of South Sudan. So when this presidential advisor comes out and make a statement that Kiir and Machar are not going to leave power, it means that they are challenging the people of South Sudan. It means that they are undermining the sovereignty and the power that is vested in the people of South Sudan. Machar and Kiir actually have no power. The power that they have is the power which the Constitution says in Article number 2 that it is visited in the people of South Sudan. And that this sovereignty shall be exercised by the state through democratic institutions. But I don't believe the Constitution here is talking about democratic institution, but I don't believe that we have democratic institution in the Republic of South Sudan. For example, let us ask ourselves: is J1 a democratic institution?
That's a good question.
Because when you say democratic institution, it means those who are running those institutions are elected through democratic elections. But since our independence until now, none of those leaders was elected into any of those institutions. So the constitution is violated by these two gentlemen. And I would like to tell the presidential advisor on security affairs that what he is saying is not right. And that Kir and Riek will go. They will go, they must go, and they will surely go. This is our message to presidential advisor on security affairs. Yes, Yonko, you want to say something?
No, yeah, continue.
All right. So this is number one. Number one is a reply to presidential security affairs on the statement he made yesterday, published yesterday by Citizen number one, by number one Citizen newspaper in Juba. Another thing, which I said, I mentioned this in our last show. I told you here that there is a looming fuel crisis in Juba.
Correct.
It has now become a reality, and it is reported today by so many news outlets. As we are talking here, the prices of fuels in Juba have rise up, and as I talk to you here, there is fuel crisis in Juba. Why is it happening? Because 2 weeks ago, the authorities in Kenya issued a warning to their traders that come with their trucks that bring fuels, they bring other important products and goods to the Republic of South Sudan. So they issued a warning to their traders that no one should go to the Republic of South Sudan because South Sudan is an insecure area. And the border between South Sudan and Kenya through Nadapal was shut down. The same thing that Uganda did. Uganda also issued a warning to those who come to South Sudan that South Sudan is an insecure vicinity and no one should go there. And therefore, the border between South Sudan and Uganda through Numali was blocked, and there were no more trucks coming from either Uganda or Kenya into South Sudan. And this one, this warning, which was issued by Kenyan and Ugandan authorities, was triggered by the accidents of insecurity in which 2 Catholic nuns were killed along Juba-Nimali Highway. So that one was in the media in South Sudan, and it was in the international media, including the regional media. So with that incident, the authorities in Kenya and the authorities in Uganda alerted their citizens that South Sudan is a dangerous place to go. So there is fuel crisis as we speak. And it is not only fuel crisis, it is also going to be now a food security issue. Because South Sudan, as you all know, is a country that depends on goods and products that comes from the neighboring countries. The government of the day has totally ignored implementing agricultural projects so that food is produced locally. They are, by the way, importing everything. Even simple things like eggs are being imported from the neighboring countries, from Kenya or from Uganda. Things like flour, we don't need to import this thing from outside. So as we speak here, there is fuel crisis in Juba, and it has become a reality. And I mentioned it in our last show that there is a looming fuel crisis. And now that there is fuel crisis, food will follow, and other basic necessities will also follow. And you will read this in the news. So this may reflect that the current leadership in the country is a fair leadership. And therefore, the citizens of South Sudan should not defend this failed leadership. I call upon those sons and daughters of South Sudan who are in defense of this government to join the free voices of South Sudanese who are calling for change in the country. Because this government is killing people. This government is displacing people. This government is making our people hungry. Number three, the government, it is also in the news that the government has come up with a plan to repatriate the refugees from the neighboring countries back to the country. But now let me tell you the motives. Why are they planning this? If you go to iRadio, you will find this. If you go to Radio Tamazu, you will also find this. So now they are planning to bring back our people who are in the neighboring countries as refugees. They don't want to bring back these people who are in the neighboring countries because they love them. No. They are not planning to bring back these people from the neighboring countries because they want people to be home. They are bringing these people back for one reason, and it is a political reason. They are bringing them back for their own political interests. And now let me connect you back to what President Kiir said a week ago. President Kiir a week ago talked about the repatriations of the refugees in the neighboring countries. And he called upon the South Sudanese that are in the neighboring countries to come back home so that they can vote for him. So this is the clear motives. This is the clear intention behind the program that the government is now planning to bring back the people in South Sudan. The government would like to bring those people back so that they vote for them comes 2023. That is their plan. So they are not bringing these people back because they want them to settle in their country. And so this is the motives, because these people are determined. They are now planning for elections. And General Tabandeng Guy, the first vice president, said earlier that President Kiir shall win. And I quoted the Presidential Security Affairs a little while ago saying that Kiir and Riek will not go. So you see how corresponding the two statements, the one made earlier by the first Vice President Tabandeng,
yes,
and the other one which was made yesterday by Tut Galwak, Presidential Advisor on Security Affairs. So our people should understand that the government is now planning to bring back our people who are in the neighboring countries so that they can be used as a political tool that will reinstate them into power. Because the government is soon coming to an end. We are now in September. Today is the 4th of September. In the next week or so, this government would be an illegitimate government, because the revitalized peace deal that was signed on September 12, 2018 in Khartoum will come to an end by 12th of this month.
Yes.
You see? And so the government would become illegal. And that's why they were talking about the necessity of extending the transitional period when Minister Nial Deng Nial was still the minister in the office of the president. So they are now thinking about extending the transitional period, and they are now planning to bring back our people who are in the refugee camp in the neighboring countries so that they vote for them in the election, and so that they bring them back to power. So you see, the government now care about the citizen when it comes to the issues related to voting and elections, when it comes to the issues of power. Meanwhile, it is the same government that is not providing security. It is the same government that is not providing basic services. It is not constructing roads. It is not providing clean drinking water to our people. It is not providing salaries. So you see, our people now, they want to bring back our people now because they want to use them as voters.
I want to interject something, Ustaz Dengi.
Yes, come on, Jonko.
Regarding to what you said, that they wanted to make an extension. And I welcome my dear brother Ustaz Abdullah Garang Denkir to join us here. Thank you, Abdullah.
Yes, Abdullah, good to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, what I want to interject here, the ideas of extension. We said it numerous times that Salva Kiir does not believe in election. He believes in extensions because that's how he survived. Make no mistake. We said to the people of South Sudan, upon signing a revitalized peace agreement, 2018, September 12, 2018, and I said this clearly. If they go back to my videos on 2018, I said this clearly. Salva Kiir is not going to implement this peace agreement. Salva Kiir did this from tactical point. He brought Riek Machar from confinement because the amount of pressure was so huge on him. Amount of pressure was so huge. There was arm embargo, economic sanction, and there was individual sanction within the government. The government is about to collapse that time. We knew it very well, about to collapse, but they came up with the tactic, bringing Riek Machar and saying that, hey, we are going to sign a peace deal and bringing you to Juba, and we share the cake. We share that cake again. But we told people of South Sudan, this is not a genuine peace, will not be implemented, and it will never work. And Kiir is going to make another extension. Wallahi, I said this. God is watching. I said this because we knew the guy. We knew how he has been lying, how he has been deceiving people of South Sudan since day one. We knew. And this is exactly the political deception that he has been used. This is the same route. And now they are going to do it. He waited 3 years later and then appointed the National Legislative Assembly. He waited 2 years and then appointed the governor. Now, do you know what he's going to do? What is going to happen again? This is a strategy. They are going to pay those new members, 550, they are going to pay them money. They will pay them money, okay? And they will call session. They will extend Salva Kiir another 2 years. Another 2 years. I'm saying this. This is what they are going to do. But people of South Sudan cannot afford that. People of South Sudan can't afford that. We have been deceived for a very long time, my dear brother. Don't you see this? Don't you see the movie, the same movie has been played over and over and over again? He has been playing this movie for very long times, and he continued to play it. Continue to play it over and over again. So this is the plan. Salva Kiir is going to extend because he wanted to remain in power until he died. Period. I said this long time ago, and my point was right. And I proved those who said, give peace a chance, wrong. And I said, there was no peace to celebrate. There was no peace to celebrate. And I told them, even the national security, national dialogue that he initiating, he will not do it. And he did not do it because national dialogue said President Kiir and Riek Machar must step aside if South Sudan has to move forward. But he does not want to move away in our life. He want to make mystery and continue to make mystery. And that's something that people of South Sudan need to understand. He want them to be dismantled. He wanted to destroy this country to the core. That's what he wanted to do. So I will stop here, but it's so unbelievable. That's people of South Sudan cannot see this. And it keeps happening over and over and over again. Go ahead, Ustaz Dengi, so we can give chance to Ustaz Abdullah Garang. Ustaz Dengi, do you hear? Do you hear me?
Yes, I do.
I want you to go ahead, and then I will give a chance to Abdullah Garang.
Yeah, so you can see that the government is planning to bring back the refugees in the neighboring countries, not because the government is willing to see the citizens back home, but the government would like to use them as voters in order to guarantee their power. Because the government is now in a dilemma. The transitional period is coming to an end, and this is another dilemma. And so the solution for them is that they are making an extension of the transitional period as plan A. And then plan B is to bring back the people in the neighboring countries so that they can be used to vote. And during this period, they would be illegal. So they are bringing back, they would bring back the citizens to vote for them so that they avoid the issue of being told that you are illegal. So this is their plan. And so nobody should trust this government. Nobody should trust them at all. And we would like to send a very clear message to our people in the neighboring countries that you should not come back to South Sudan. Yes, I have to be very clear. Our people in the neighboring countries don't come back to South Sudan if this government is still in power. You will come back when this government is completely removed from power. Because when they bring you back, in the beginning, they will bring you and they would pretend that they can provide security. You will be given security by the time you are back. But soon after the elections, you would be cast away. So this government is a government that is infected by cancer of deceptive rhetoric. And an anemia of concrete performance. Our people should understand this. This is a deceptive rhetoric and nobody should believe them. So stay in your refugee camp, whether in Ethiopia or in neighboring Sudan, or in Kenya or Uganda or in Congo or in the Central African Republic, or even in Egypt. Stay there until this government is removed, and then a new government would repatriate you and bring you back to your country, a country where you will not run away again because of insecurity, a country where there is no unknown gunman that will kill you, a country where there is rule of law, a country where basic services will be the priority of the government, a country where security, maintaining security and stability would be the priority of the government, and then services to all of you. So this is my message to the people in the neighboring countries. And then I give the chance to my brother Abdullah to have a say, and then I will come back to talk about the future. Thank you. Should my network come to an end, then you expect me to come back anytime. Thank you.
Okay, we can remove you and then just we bring you back. So yes. To avoid, okay. Go ahead, Ustad Abdullah.
Shukran, Ustad Jonkor and Dengi Rayok, the City of Concerned Citizen of South Sudan.
Allah saw the choice, Ustad Abdullah.
سامعني كده؟
نعم.
اوكي دقيقة شوف لو في كده سامعني كويس؟
Yeah. Dr. Aldo Ajodeng, we are comfortable with anyone, debating us. We are. But actually those who don't have anything to offer, they are not willing to come here. We always call them, those of government supporter, whatever representative, but they refuse. We are not one-sided. We are being open. We are open. Go ahead, Ustad Abdullah.
شكرا كده سامعني كويس؟
سامع يا جاي سامع.
يا شكرا كثير، شكرا أستاذ جونكور. طبعا نحن هنا مواصلين في برنامج بدأناه من بدري، هو إنه كيف نحن نقدر نساعد مواطنينا في جنوب السودان عشان جنوب السودان يكون زي بقية الدول. عندنا الإمكانيات، نحن الممكن يوصلنا نكون زي رواندا ولا أي دولة مستقرة أو زي أي دول مستقرة في غار الأفريقية.
أنا ما أعرف ليش الصوت بتاعك واطي يا عبد الله. I don't know why. Try your best.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, let me try my best.
Okay.
كده سامعني كويس؟
Yes, go ahead.
سامعني برا؟
Yeah, سامع.
Okay. سواء نحن عندنا الامكانيات، لكن للاسف الشديد سوء استخدام الامكانيات اللي عندنا هي اللي وصلتنا لهذه الدرجه. يعني للاسف الشديد، وانا كنت بسمع القصه اللي انت يعني قبل شويه حكيتها، يعني قصص مؤلمه جدا جدا. يعني ده ما قصص في دوله بنتج في اليوم 180,000 برميل بتاع جاز. ده ما قصص بتاع دولة غنية زي جنوب السودان. بإمكانيات بسيطة جدا نحن نقدر نطور الخدمات الصحية، الخدمات في التعليم، الطرق، بالإمكانيات اللي عندنا الموجودة. لكن سوء الإدارة هي اللي وصلتنا لهذه المرحلة. سوء الإدارة هي وصلتنا لهذه المرحلة، ونحن بدينا مسيرة بتاع التغيير، والحكومة حاسة بجد هنالك شباب جنوبيين سودانيين داخل وفي الخارج يسعون للتغيير حقيقي ببرنامج وطني شامل، برنامج الأولوية فيها للمواطن، الأولوية فيها للخدمات. ونحن عندنا البرنامج. الناس اللي بيسألوا من الموضوع بتاع uprising وما uprising، we are continuing and we will achieve this. فقط عامل بتاع الزمن، لأنه الحكومة الموجودة هي فشلت تماما. أنا داير أتكلم مثلا في مجال الخدمات. إذا كان الحكومة ما قادر يوفر دكتور في مستشفى، ما قادر يوفر أبسط الأشياء للكشف، الحاجات البسيطة اللي ممكن تلقاها في أي دولة ما موجودة. لكن ده ليه؟ السبب ما هو السبب؟ السبب لأنه الحكومة الآن الموجود، الوزراء والرئيس والنواب أبنائهم ما موجودين في جنوب السودان، أبنائهم موجودين في الخارج. So why they are care if their kids they are not going to Juba hospital? Why they are care if their kids they are not going to schools in South Sudan, in Juba, in Awil, in Wai, in Malakal? Because they have money. They bought big and huge houses in Kenya, in Uganda, and they put their kids right there. They secure their families, and they don't care about the other who are in South Sudan, who are suffering, who don't have something to eat. ناهيك من انه يكون عنده الحياه بتاعت الرفاهيه، فقط داير ياكل، ما موجود في جنوب السودان. لذلك نحن في Concerned Citizens of South Sudan أو Grand Coalition قررنا إنه نناهض من أجل تغيير هذه الحكومة، ورفعنا شعار كير ورياك. They have to leave. They have to go. Because they've been for a long time without effort anything to our citizens. كير ولا رياك مشاع دخلوا في حرب في 2013، والنتائجها كانت مزيد من الانقسامات، مزيد من الهجرة بتاعت المواطن، مزيد من الكوربشنز. في 2016 تكرر نفس العملية، ونحن الآن هنا بنناشد من أجل التغيير عشان ما يكون في حرب ثالث من 2013 و16 ونخش ثاني. إلى هنا كفاية. رياض مشار فشل تماما إنه يجيب سلام مع رئيس كير. عندما عاد من خرطوم إلى جوبا حتى الآن لم نسمع أي تصريح للدكتور رياض مشار في مدينة جوبا يتكلم فيها عن السلام، أو يتكلم فيها عن الخدمات، أو يتكلم فيها عن المواطنين النازحين في المعسكرات بتاع دول الجوار بسببك أنت الحرب اللي أنت دخلت فيها مع الرئيس كير هم تشردوا إلى دول الجوار. ما جاب أي برنامج يشير إنه يكون في خدمه لهؤلاء الناس الموجودين في المعسكرات. حتى تقسيم السلطه يعني هو اكتفى فقط بالناس الحول. عشان كده شفنا التمرد بتاع قروجوا وأولج وثاني ماشيين للمربع بتاعت الحرب من جديد. رياض فشل، الرئيس كير فشل، and they have to go. ونحن بدينا يوم 30 ثورة أغسطس حتستمر ونحن ما حنسكت وما حنخلي الحصل في 2013 2016 يتكرر، وما حنسمح انه رياض والرئيس كير يموتوا في السلطه ويورثوا السلطه لابنائهم. ده ما بيحصل تاني في جنوب السودان لانه المواطن الان هيز اويك. الشيء الثاني، ليه ما يكون في تحول ديمقراطي في جنوب السودان؟ ما فائده السلام ما بيجيز قانون الاحزاب السياسيه عشان تكون في احزاب سياسيه تنافس في السلطه، احزاب سياسيه تكون opposition really opposition. لانه الان الحكومه جنوب السودان ما عنده معارضه. there is no any challenge in South Sudan. ما في تحدي للحكومه. الان نحن في مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي بقينا الاوبوزيشن في انه في احزاب سياسيه موجوده في جنوب السودان. في الحركه الشعبيه IO هم اوبوزيشن، بعد ذلك انضموا عملوا اتفاق السلام وعلى كده سكتوا. ليه ما يكون تحول ديمقراطي في جنوب السودان؟ بدل الحكومه تهدد الناس بالسلاح، انها تهدد بالمنطق زي ما قال جنكور. افتح ندوات سياسيه، تعالوا يا ناس الحركه الشعبيه عملوا لنا تشالنج، عملوا ندوات سياسيه، جيبوا الاحزاب السياسيه الاخرى عشان يعملوا تشالنج، عشان يعملوا ديبيت، عشان يعرفوا تماما what is wrong in South Sudan. الحكومه ما فتحت هذا المجال، فقط يعمل ترهيب بالناس الامن. بدل يكون في ندوات سياسيه الترهيب بالامن، وانت هتشوف وانت ما هتجي جوبا وكير ما ماشي. جنوب السودان is not the house of anybody. ده بلدنا لنا كلنا. وانت الان عندك السلاح، الاخرون ما بغلبهم كمان يشيلوا السلاح. زي الان احنا شايفين ناس توماس شيريلو، ناس ملونغاون شايلين سلاح. but we are non-violent revolution. ده النتائج بتاعت الحريات. لذلك هذه الحكومه اذا استمرت بهذا المنوال ما يكون في يعني هامش للاحزاب السياسيه، ما تجيز القانون بتاع الاحزاب السياسيه. حكومه لا تتحدث عن الانتخابات، حكومه لا تتحدث عن التعداد السكاني. فكيف انه نسمح لهذه الحكومه يستمر؟ حكومه بدنا نخليه يستمر كيف؟ حكومه فشلت في كل النواحي، ما في خدمات، ما في تحول ديمقراطي في البلاد. يعني البلد بقى يديروها بجروبس ما معروفه. الايرانات بتاعت البترول دي قاعده تمشي وين؟ So in our grand conclusion we are continuing وعندنا نحن برنامج وطني شامل. الأولوية فيها يكون للخدمات، يكون للمواطن. ده برنامجنا نحن السياسي نحن جاي من أيله، وهنكون أفضل ب100 مرة من هذه الحكومة. حكومة بتاعت حكومة وطنية من كل أبناء جنوب السودان، وأي زول حيشوف نفسه في هذه الحكومة. إذا الحكومة استمرت بهذه المنوال نحن سنسقط هذه الحكومة. والمواطن في جوبا الآن أويك، والمواطن أقوى من السلاح. صوت المواطن أقوى من السلاح. لما المواطن يكسر حاجز الخوف في جنوب السودان، كل السلاح الموجود في جنوب السودان ده ما يقدر يوقف إرادة بتاعت المواطن. and now it's too late عشان توقف إرادة بتاعت المواطن لأنه الحكومة فشلت. نمشي للموضوع بتاعت المرتبات. طبعا يومين دي سمعتوا الحكومة شغالة إنها تصرف ناس مرتبات لأنها خافت. دولة الموظف 6 شهور ما بيصرف مرتبات. الجيش بيصرف في السنة مرتين. الجيش الشعبي لتحرير السودان الناس اللي حاربوا من 83 لحد 2005 بيصرف مرتين في شهر. وبيصرف كم؟ الماهية بتاعت العسكري في جنوب السودان قيمته يساوي قيمة بتاعت جدادة مشوية في سوق كونيا كونيا هنا. ده قيمة بتاعت الراتب بتاعت العسكري الليلة في جنوب السودان. بينما الناس اللي عندهم اكسس للبترول قاعدين ياكلوا كل يوم، قاعدين ياكلوا جدادة. بيصرفوا في الشهر مرة ومرتين. They have a lot of money. They have luxury cars, houses, V8s. وكل 6 شهور عنده مرة جديد. ومرة ده يشتري له بيت طوالي في يوغندا وفي كينيا. عندهم قروش. لكن ما مصير الجيش الشعبي لتحرير السودان؟ مصيرهم شنو؟ عشان كده نحن نقول للجيش الجيش جيش الشعب، ونحن من اجلكم، انتم مننا ونحن منكم. لذلك لابد ان نعمل سوا. نحن ما ضد الجيش خالص، لانه الجيش مسكين. الجيش الشعبي الليله مسكين. وانتم شفتوا يوم انت الناس طلعوا في المظاهرات. يعني للاسف في عساكر ما عندهم، يعني ما عندهم بوت لحسن سفنجات، تعبانين يا دوب الان قاعدين يتصرفوا في المرتبات. انتم من زمان الفتره دي كلوا انتم وين؟ مواطن لازم تعرف حقوقك. ايرادات بتاع البترول ده قاعد يمشي وين؟ ايرادات بتاع الضرائب قاعده تمشي وين؟ هل تنفق كمرتبات؟ لا. هل تنفق للمرافق الصحيه؟ لا. هل تنفق للتعليم في جنوب السودان؟ لا. اذا القروش دي قاعده تمشي وين؟ لازم تسال الحكومه الموجود، ده من حقك. اذا نحن حنتواصل مع القاعده العريضه بتاعت الشعب اللي نحن عملناه في الجبهه والتحالفات الجديده الان بتنضم الى جراند كولوشن. بعد يوم 30 نحن حنواصل معاهم. الان في قبول كبير في الشارع في جنوب السودان انه هذه الحكومه ما بيمشي الا بالضغط الشعبي وليس بالضغط العسكري، لانه نحن جربنا الضغط العسكري ما نفع. لكن الناس الشايلين سلاح نحن ما ضدكم. نحن ما دخلنا ما قلنا يا اخي ما تشيلوا سلاح. نحن we are trying now عبر الشعب. ده نوع من انواع التغيير وده نوع من انواع السلاح. والان الحكومه عرفت الهجم بتاع الخوف انتم شفتوه، عرف مخاطر بتاع الشعب شنو. والشعب قوي. الناس اللي بيقول وينو الناس اللي بيطلعوا وينو الناس اللي بيطلعوا، انا اقول لكم اني اعلم ما لا تعلمون. وهذه الحكومه على مشارف الانتهاء. الحكومه دي خلاص نفسه الان قصير شديد وحيمشي وحيمشي. كلام الاخير عندي اقوله في النقطه دي موضوع بتاعت الجنكور قالوا موضوع بتاعت الليدرشيب بتاعت الحركه الشعبيه القاعدين يعملوا انسلت. كوال مانيانجو، الناس اللي ما عارفين كوال مانيانجو الان في الناس الاحياء في الحركه الشعبيه هو ليدرز نمبر 3 بعد وناكوت. اذا كان الحكومه دي ما بتثق في كوال مانيانج هيثق في منو ثاني؟ هيثق فقط هيثق في منو؟ قصص غريبه جدا جدا نحن قاعد نسمعها. We respect our leaders yes، لكن الحكومه دي شغاله مع ناس مجرمين. ما همهم ما المواطن. القروش همهم بس القروش لما يجي يشيلوا يدوه برا. مليون اوف دولار قروش بتاع اويل قاعد تمشي لخارج جنوب السودان. بدل انه القروش دي كانت شنو؟ القروش دي تعمل سيركو. قروش بتاع البترول لما يجي يمشي في زراعه، بعدها الحكومه يشيل ضرائب يرجع في خزنته، يمشي في التعليم، لانه التعليم برضه نوع من انواع الاستثمار، استثمار في البشر. يمشي في صناعات، بدل يبقى فقط يكون لنا مصانع بتاعت مريسه يكون عندنا مصانع بتاع تعليم الفواكه. الان المانجا في جزيره بتاع قندقر في الموسم بتاع المانجا قاعد يعفن سايد. ابسط الحاجات ما قاعد تجد دعم في جنوب السودان. لذلك نحن حنستمر للتغيير في جنوب السودان، ونحن قادرين. نحن ما بالصدفه، كويس؟ وي ار بروفيشنال. انا في السودان درست علوم سياسيه واشتغلت في الحكومه، وجيت في امريكا برضو مواصل في الدراسات الحكوميه. نحن ما قاعد نتكلم ساي. we know how to كيف انك تدير الاداره الحكوميه شكله كيف، نحن عارفينه كويس. those who are in government they don't know better than us. فقط اشياء بسيطه هم لو عملوه جنوب السودان هيمشي لقدام، ونحن حنستمر، والتغيير قادم. وانا ادعو كل الناس المشاهدين انه ينضموا لصفوف التغيير. الشباب ينظموا نفوسهم في الاحياء، ينظموا نفوسهم في المدارس، في الجامعات، في المخيمات بتاعت اللاجئين. التغيير قادم، ولن نسمح لهذه الحكومه ان تستمر اكثر من هذا. زي ما قال لكم جنكور لما جات المظاهرات، حتى البوليس بتاع واي لايف جابوه لبسوه كاكي ومشى في الشارع عشان يضرب المواطنين. بدل البوليس بتاع واي لايف يمشي يعمل بروتكت للمواطن اللي قاعد ياكل هيينه اكلوا مرفعين. ده مهمه بتاع مهمه بتاع واي لايف ما يجي يعمل بروتكت للحكومه، يعمل بروتكشن للمواطن من الحيوانات المفترسه. هم ما عارفين ذاته هم قاعدين يعملوا في شنو. حتى بوليس المطافي، بوليس بتاعت المرور، لبسوهم كاكي عشان يحموا السلطه، لكن اراده الشعب اقوى من اراده بتاعت من الارهاب اللي قاعد يعمل القوى العسكري الموجود في جنوب السودان. والتحيه للجيش. انتم ما عارفين الجيش الشعبي تحت هناك مع الشعب. الجيش الشعبي مع الشعب، وانا بقول الكلام ده بفم المليان ومتاكد منه. الجيش مع الشعب. فقط بعض العناصر البسوا مرتبات مئيه، البرص كله ما شهر، هم فقط مهمتهم حمايه الرئيس. هم الان مع الرئيس، لكن الجيش مع الشعب. انا اطلت في الحديث وانا بدي فرصه للاخ دينجي. وانا قبل شوي شايف
هنرجع شارلز دينجي هاي لان لوك لايك نتورك كيك هيم اوت. بس قبل ما انا ندي فرصه لاستاذ دينجي رايوك، استاذ عبد الله قرن، انا دايركت انسر الكلام السؤال الاستاذ عبد الله الاستاذ ابو ياسمين تيليو raised, and we answered this question actually numerous times, and sometimes I get a little bit confused. لما السؤال ده يجي من زول intellectual he knows a lot about South Sudanese. I want you to answer that question. الكلام اللي هو قال الاخ عبد الله قرن، هل يتمتع المواطن الجنوبي بوعي سياسي ملموس حتى يتساءل عن حقه؟
طيب انا داير اقول كلام. في 2008 انا كنت رئيس لاتحاد الطلبه الجنوبيين بولايه الخرطوم. في الاحصاء حقي الطلاب الجنوبيين في المرحله الثانويه وفي الجامعات كانوا 54,000 طالب وطالبه. ده في 2008. الجنوبيين في مدارس فقط في مدارس ولايه الخرطوم 55,000. ال 55,000 كان في 18,000 طالب جامعي. هذا الرقم الكبير اكيد الان تضاعف من 2018 حتى الان تضاعف بمئات. انا اقول الان جنوب السودان المواطن الان الموجود، المثقفين الجنوبيين الان الموجودين هم المدركين تماما كويس انه هذه الحكومه لا تعمل مع المواطن، وهنالك وعي. لكن المشكله وين؟ المشكله التقسيمات القبليه وسياسه الحكومه فرغت هذا الشباب وتوزعوا، عشان كده بقى في الضعف ويقولوا يا اخي المواطن ما واعي. لكن المواطن واعي تماما. وهذا الرقم الموجود من الخريجين بتاع الجامعات والثانويات اللي تخرجوا من جامعه الخرطوم في ولايه الخرطوم وكل الولايات ال 28 في ذاك الزمان في السودان، واللي تخرجوا من كينيا، واللي تخرجوا من يوغندا ومن اثيوبيا ومن الولايات المتحدة الآن الآلاف. هذا الرقم الكبير ده رقم كافي جدا إنه يقود التغيير في جنوب السودان. وأنا بقول لأخ أبو ياسمين يس، المواطن الآن الإدارة السياسية التي تقود المواطن واعي تماما، ولكن بتخاف من إدارة بتاعت الحكومة الآن الموجود، وما في تراست، لأنه في قبلية، في تقسيمات اجتماعية دخلت في المجتمع، عشان كده ما في تراست. لكن الوعي موجود. الشباب الجنوبي واعين تماما إنه يقودوا التغيير. المشكلة ما في الوعي، المشكلة في انقسامات الاجتماعية دخلت المجتمع الجنوبي. إذن الشباب ما قادرين يجوا في محلة واحدة. للأسف الشديد برضو بعض الشباب يستخدموها الناس عندهم قروش، عملوهم good boys and good girls. You know, they pay their house, they give them a car, and they pay them to get some food and all of this. لكن الأغلبية الناس واعين. أنا بقول للناس المشاهدين كلهم الموجودين هنا، الوعي في جنوب السودان عشان يقود التغيير 90%، لأنه التغيير ما بقود المواطن القاعد في مجان باي، المواطن المسكين قاعد. أنت مشيت المدرسة لشنو؟ أنا من الأساس لحد الجامعة، لحد ما تخرجت 14 سنة تعليم، واخرون الناس اللي تخرجوا في الجامعات جوبا ديل. انت مشيت المدرسه عشان شنو؟ انت مشيت المدرسه عشان تكون انسان مستمر، عشان تقود المجتمع، وتعمل تغيير في المجتمع. التغيير بيبدا منكم انتم الناس القروا في الجامعات الان القاعدين موجودين. التغيير المبادره بيجي منكم. المواطن ما واعي، لانه المواطن البسيط the average citizens who are live in rural areas ما في وعي وصل لهم. زي ما انت ذكرت قبل شويه، لما يمشي يعني الرئيس كي يقول كان بايندون. اذا انت الدور المواطن المستنير لازم تغير هذا المفهوم.
نعم.
جنوب السودان ده بلدنا لنا كلنا. جنوب السودان ده كل المواطنين الان الموجودين بمختلف قبائلهم لهم الحق انه يمارسوا العمل السياسي، ولو فازوا في الانتخابات باي منصب في رئاسه الجمهوريه نحن موافقين. اذا اخي ابو ياسمين يس، الوعي موجود، وانا شاهد اعيان، لانه انا جاي من خلفيه عندي احصاء بعدد الطلاب الموجودين في الزمن ذاك فقط في ولايه الخرطوم، ناهيك عن الطلبه الموجودين في جوبا في 2008. الان النازل اذا قلنا فقط بس ال 55,000 لو موجودين الان في جنوب السودان قادرين يعملوا تغيير، والتغيير قادم وده وقته. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا استاذ عبد الله قرن. قبل ما ندي استاذ دينجي دايوغ، بالاضافه لكلام اللي قاله استاذ عبد الله قرن، استاذ ابو ياسمين تيليو، نفس المواطن الجنوبي السوداني، المواطن السوداني الجنوبي اللي اتمرد 1983، are you telling me هم ما كانوا واعيين لما قالوا يا اخي اننا ماشيين بالفم نحارب الظلم اللي احنا فيه؟ ما هم كانوا واعيين، نفس الوعي اللي هو كان موجود. هم كانوا حارب من اجل ايه؟ ما هم حارب انه يكون في عداله، انه يكون في حريه، انه يكون في مساواه في 1983. كم سنه؟ more than 35 years, right? طيب لو هم واعيين انه يشيلوا السلاح ويحاربوا الزمن ذاك، طيب what happened, you know, to their political consciousness الان مع the same people, right? ناهيك عن ذات، نفس المواطن في 2011 went to the polling station. مواطن، and I'm not talking about intellectual here, I'm talking about مواطن العادي, that's, you know, the average South Sudanese ماشي polling station and voted overwhelmingly 98.8% عشان يكون في referendum، عشان يكون في independent nation. So the notion that انه هل المواطن يستمتع بوعي سياسي، this is بعيد، يعني خارج المعادلات السياسيه، لانه اساسا السودانيين الجنوبيين واعيين. And I hope you know everybody can understand that. But anyway, we you know, we agree to disagree. Everyone can have their own perspective. You can phrase the question the way you want it. لكن انا جونكور، انا مقتنع انه السودانيين الجنوبيين واعيين من 1947 1954 1983, 2011. And that's why we had a country, and that's why we have we got to where we were until now. So yes, Muatin Junubi Sudani, why? And I hope if you wanted to weigh in, Abu Yasmin, we will give you an opportunity too today. The link will be sent to you, and you can weigh in as well. We respect your opinion. Ustaz Dengida, go ahead. Ustaz Abdullah, Charles.
Yes.
And I don't want you to go anywhere. Just stick around with that. So, Ustaz Dengida, please, I give you the podium. First, Charles Deng, welcome back.
Hi, welcome. Hi, how are you, brother Junker?
Doing very well.
Thank you, Jonkor, for the chance. I will now go to talk about the topic, which is future strategies for South Sudan.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we are talking here to share some of our ideas. Absolutely. As a political organization. You all know, those who are watching the show, we are a political organization. Mm-hmm. Our organizational name is the United Citizens for Change, UCC. As a political organization, we have our plans. So we will be sharing with you some things. I have some few points here to elaborate on. One of these things is security. As you all know, security is one of the priorities of any government on earth. And when you read the constitutions, one of the first functions of the president is maintaining security and stability and preserving the territorial integrity of the Republic of South Sudan, or the territorial integrity of any country. This is always one of the functions of the president. It is always put there as number one. So for any government that is running a country, security comes as number one. And as we talk here, you are all witness, there is no security in the Republic of South Sudan. And I said last week that insecurity in South Sudan is a man on rampage, walking across South Sudan, killing, maiming, torturing people without anyone to control it. Although security is the priority of the government, there is no security. So in our view, as the United Citizens for Change, we believe that security is number one priority of any government. And our strategy for security is that a responsible government must make sure that guns are in the hands of the organized forces. Members of the organized forces are the one allowed to have guns. And not only members of the organized forces, but those who are on duty. Anyone on duty is allowed to have a gun. So guns should be in the hands of the members of the organized forces. What does this mean? This means anyone who is not a member of the organized forces will not be allowed to have access to guns and possess guns. Because once those who are not members of the organized forces possess guns, this will result into insecurity. And that is why we see our communities fighting across the rural South Sudan. When there are cattle raids, people fight. When there is a small problem, people fight using guns. And as a result, insecurity is rampant all over South Sudan and the rural areas. because guns are in the hands of everybody. That is why we have what is called unknown gunmen. So our strategy is that guns should be in the hands of those who are supposed to have them, and they must use them when they are on duty. If they are not on duty, they should not be allowed to use or to carry guns. This is one thing. Another thing also is that the civil populations must be disarmed. Disarmament campaigns must be organized.
Yeah, continue.
Yes, disarmament campaigns must be organized in order to remove the guns that are in the hands of the civilians. This is to avoid any clashes among the civilians. This is to avoid any insecurity in the rural areas. And the civilians have to be disarmed equally all over the country. Disarmament in South Sudan should not be something that is selective. You disarm one area and you leave the other area with arms. And so those arms will attack those who are unarmed. And then the casualties will be high on their sides. And they would complain that you are not just or you are not fair to them. So guns should be in the hands of the members of the organized forces. Civilians should be disarmed. And now, when they are disarmed, they have their own cattle now, because we are still a traditional community. Cows or cattle are not on the farms. Cows are taken care of by their owners. So this means you will have to deploy police forces all over the country. What does this mean? It means that the national police should be made functional. It should not be dysfunctional, because as we talk here, South Sudan National Police as an institution is completely dysfunctional. They are not doing their duty. Okay, maybe they are doing their duties, but their duty is very limited. We want their duty to be widened to cover the entire country, so that they can be everywhere and they can carry out their duties as it is expected and as it is prescribed by law, because these are the forces. They are one of the agencies that impose law and order in the country according to our constitution. So national police should be made functional, and they should be deployed all over the country, and they have to make sure that they quench down any insecurity or any fire of insecurity in any parts of South Sudan. That is internally, because keeping security is a shared responsibility between the police, between the CID, between the military intelligence, between the national security, and in the end, the SSPDF, because the SSPDF is responsible for protecting the border of South Sudan. So our security strategy would even involve protecting the border, because as we talk here, our land is being encroached upon by our neighbors, and they are taking that one. And this one is what? It's part of insecurity, because when your neighbor encroach over your land and make it part of his land, what does this mean? It means the territory or the jurisdiction of your power is being illegally encroached upon by the neighbors. And that one does not show good faith by our neighbors. So there would be a deployment of the South Sudan armed forces all over the country, and also all over the borders, especially our shared borders with the neighbors.
Yeah.
And any border dispute that may arise would be addressed through diplomatic channels, not through military confrontation, as many people expect. So as we talk here, areas like Ilimi Triangle, Nadapal in eastern Equatorial State is encroached upon by our neighbors in Kenya. Some other areas, and those areas, by the way, are mentioned in the National Dialogue document. Yes. Many areas in central Equatorial State, many areas in western Equatorial State, including those areas in the northern part of the country. Areas like Hofrat Nehas, Kafia Genje. By the way, it is called Kafia Genje, not Kafia Kenji, as we say. It is called Kafia Genje. That is the right name. Areas like Kafia Genje are now occupied by the neighboring Sudan. Also areas like Magenis, which is called Kidguang, is our area. This is a South Sudanese area. Areas like Pantau, areas like Gong Machar or Kiradem. These are our areas, Kaka Tijaria, which is called Joda, and many other areas. These areas within our security strategy, we hold the opinion that they should be brought back and become part of the Republic of South Sudan. So basically, this is the general idea, because security is now missing in South Sudan, and the current and the government of the day is not implementing any security strategy in order to ensure that everyone in the Republic of South Sudan is secured, and that there is peace, and that there is stability, and that there is tranquility in the country. So all what we see now is fighting everywhere. It is citizens with guns in their hands. It is the unknown gunmen. So this one must be stopped. This is just a general idea. There are so many other details, but I will not go into more details. This is just the general idea to address this issue, and it is a security strategy that we put in place, and it is fit for the future South Sudan. So, Brother Jonkor, I will stop here so that you can give Brother Ding a chance also to say something. Then I will come to the next item on my list here, because I have a number of items on my list. Thank you.
Thank you, Sas Dengdir Ayog, for that's wonderful information and presentation to the people of South Sudan. Well, articulated points. Now, Ustaz Dengdir, Charles Deng, I will give you an opportunity, and I welcome also Abu Yasmin to join the forum. Like I said from the beginning, this forum is for all South Sudanese, for all different political background, whether you are a government supporter. We give you an opportunity, and we ask you why you support the government, and what make it fair to the people of South Sudan with all this thing happening for the last 16 years. So, Ustaz Charles Deng, please go ahead with your perspective, and then we'll move on from here.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Junko, if you hear me.
I hear you very well.
All right, that's nice. First of all, let me say hi to your audience, those who turn up. Today is a holiday weekend here in the United States. So Labor Day weekend, and most of the people are traveling all over the states. People are moving around, gathering, community gatherings, and so on. So I wish them the best wherever they are. Some of them, they turn in to listen to this show also. And I will thank Brother Dendi Rayok for really the touch about the security. This is a very big, also Abdullah Garen touch a lot. Dendi Rayok a lot talk about the security. This is a really very big issue. It may take days and months to talk about it. If you go back in 2005, in peace talk agreement, Kira Raymond, when Dr. John and Dr. Osman, it took them like a month, just only the Sekira Raymond. They've been focused on it, only 1 month. So it is not easy, by the way. But I want, first of all, let me go back the previous show, what we did. Also, I want to thank the government itself, which is the government of Salva Kiir Mayadi, to hear the voice that there's a demonstration coming to the nation of South Sudan. That's good. I like that. I like that. The president hear it. Also, Jesh, police, wildlife, game, youth. Somehow so. So the Babatal, it is a very good voice. It gave you now a salary of 2 months. Dokun Mahaya with Asharen. From 2 years, they were giving you now 2 months. This is good. This is the outcomes of the voice of the people who are calling for demonstration. Without that, this is the beginning. But don't worry also, the Facebook, people who have opinion about the calling of the voice. This government, we are not really far away. We are not enemies. So these are our brothers. We were together. We were fighting together this country. President Kiir is one of the leaders of the rebellion. But what happened here, this is where the disagreement came from. There are accidents that we can say, oh, this is our leader, is our man. No, there is something. The quality of the leadership is very important. They always had it. Raising the quality of the leadership to stick his promise while he was fighting the war. I think our South Sudan should be the best country, like Junkur said before. Edward Lino, the late Edward Lino, is the first man among the South Sudanese politicians who raised his hand, in new side, rejecting President Kiir to lead. Edward Lino, the first person among the politicians of the South Sudanese in new side, is the one who rejected. Why he was rejecting Selfa to lead the nation? Because Edward Lino has something he experienced from Selfa Kiir. That Selfa, this nation, it can dismantle any time, and that's why Edward Lino say, okay, let President Kiir stay there and let us sit down as a Southerners and look how we can get a leader. From that day until to the end of his life, President Kiir never trusted Edward Lino anymore. Even when Edward Lino died, he never halved the flag of the country. And this is really very sad to see somebody like Edward Lino. You cannot even put the flag. And then when somebody died in Ethiopia or in Rwanda or in Congo, then you put the half of the flag. The second person, Isaiah Abram. The second person also wrote the letter that President Kiir needs to step down. And President Kiir, we already diagnosed the problem of the South Sudan. Sudan is a friend. It is Dr. Riek Machar and Salva Kiir Mayadi. And these are the obstacle of anything in the South Sudan. How this will development, you will not see anything. How fruitful to South Sudan. And like Junko said before, we were so lucky nation to be independent in first century. We are very lucky. Imagine in Talana Baram in Sudan with the accounts of the money. I don't know, account guys. Count of Grush. The only thing different, we just change the name. I don't know budget Batana. The first budget was given to us. And look what happened. President is allowed just corruption and corruption. And those who are supporting the president, they are the disciple of the corruption. Because if you support a leader who is corrupted, that means you are corrupted. If you eat the corruption money, let us could agree with our corruption. Even my daddy, they give me the money of the corruption. And I eat that money of the corruption. Also, I'm the part of the corruption. I'm the part of the corruption. Because why? I enjoy the fruit of the corruption came from somebody. أنا بقول شنو الشعب طبعا حاجة لو يشوفوا مستحيل لكن ما في حاجة مستحيل. There is nothing impossible to happen. President Kiir never dreamed one day that he will be president of the South Sudan. Never dream about it. The same thing now, this idea we are putting down, we are calling for the citizens, the right. شفنا أهلنا في شمال. How many refugees we have now around the country? How many displaced people inside the country? How did the whole country just talk about Juba itself, which is the capital of the city? Arsenal with Adola. How many nas Fidaf Kaimas around Juba? They all agree my J1. Just some miles away from J1. Don't talk about Bargaza, Kamal Bargazale, you will not talk about it. ما تكلم على النيل، ما تكلم بغرب السوايع والشرق السوايع. Just talk about the Juba. ده بوريك ما في حكومة. Guys, now our brother then we talk about the issue with our fueling, and people are looking to it like the Hajj Sahib. You can look at it, you know, they Hajj Basit. Imda Muzara bada Khartoum kan bada bas beraqif. You know, if people are not getting al-aish, age is reducing. Now the fuel is reduced. What the fuel gonna fuel the body low baga naga fi junub? And you know, what it will cost? It costs what to you? I couldn't akil mafi. Lo akil baga mafi. What is gonna happen there? Muzara da erja. The same what we are saying is coming. For al-Muzara, it is a beginning and it's coming. You know, Anyanyawan Bada Yom Tamatashar Shatamania, 1956. And you know, Wog Bashar said, Waharka Gamtan Sharkamsa, Alela Ujina Ilgina Dola fi Sharwahi, Utana Nasa Jainta, Muzara Bada Yom 13. For it's almost there. Salfakir now is almost to exit. We will not lose hope. Nenama, we will not lose hope. We are not thirsty, and Nenama not there in Hukuma. Lakin there in Adala, Lokulu Shabda, Jinu Sudan. This is what we are looking for. Lazim Shabbatana Mayata, Alna Mayakunu Rafi Fidol Tani. There in Alna Eji Fidol, Ego, Kalego, Martin, Yakudratu Yamulaya, there Yamal. Security, then I talk about it there. Security Fidola. Salfakir is already mentioned. Gal Basid, Gala will Anab Gordon Sibo. The Kalam, it is not my word. Jeshal Basidere, Anabijiba Vijiba, Anabamu Gordon Lay, what to Binag is Rabana Mat, wherever you are. For Anab Sagar of Lashuna Shababatana, when I see intellectual people who spend their life in school in universities, and they just say, okay, must stay. This is our blood, the race Batana, the Denka Batana, you know. Okay, like the Denka Batakun, community but Denka JCZ, they denied self. I could raise it at Jiru. The JCZ or Gen Council, Galala, it is enough. It is time for self or Rimacha to go home. The dialogue, Rais Wazal Bayaden, is the one who select those guys, put them in order. Ugalam Shishu Mishkala, Javalo Mishkala, Misha Mishkala Fisu without Fogo, it become a problem. So Mishkala Wenina, we are not the first people who say Kir must go. You know, we are just pushing the button. And in the Gandhi Zid, we're going to shut down. You know, we are just pushing it. That's the daily life. For Sulfur, Uriel Macha, time has come. Sulfur is checking, guys. Very embarrassing. I give a kalam that Junko Algalo give about Paul Manyang. It is true. They must it. Whatever you hear from Junko about today. Sulfur, Zol, anybody disagree with him, you become the enemy of Sulfur for your life. You know? Paul Manyang is the first person who Rafa Yeden, then Ayog is there. The first person Rafa Yeden, Gala Kursidagama, I got party. Khalizola got Fogo, Ubalkin has the column Fogo. And he pulled Salva to sit down the chair. Now, what happened now? Kolmanyang, where is he now? Turkey now he become the leader of the Kolmanyang. Turkey, whatever what I can't bring down now in Thailand. Folk, they throw people. We witness. Turkey can't be able to form my chef Sadin to Tayara, bring down Junubi Tahit. Junubi, they throw them down. They mafia Kazit. And then Amam Tana Jadam Tahit now to Tayara. All right. Now Turkey now is a leader, but I'm not doing a lot. Turkey now is a leader with a Pagana more. Turkey now is a leader with a sulfur muscle. People who are liberated. Turkey also is a leader, God, they're a good leader with us. It's an Malonga one. Malonga one, the man who protects Salva Kiir to be in the leadership right now. Where is he? They worry Raiza, Maindo, Haji Isuma Asas. He don't care. He only care, not even his family, he care only personality without Haji Bakhali Kun Nabi, or Bakhali Kun King to South Sudan. They are Haji Mashu. Self now is law people who are saying yes. Zola Bugul know you are far away from his leadership. Like it Bugul yes. Wuta to go Seattle, look about Mohandisin, and then look about some Sarin. You know, we are a hit with the Kalamdesa. It also a Bishakal myself aquí. I might a sharp that a lindet boss. I know. And then we are very weak. People who are weak, how do we get Sudan? We are all human. Self will accept the truth. شعب بتاع جنوب السودان اللي لسه هيطلع بره مظاهرات هيطلع بره وحاجه انا بقول لكم في الجيش الريل الجيش الشعبي انا ما بتكلم بالجيش اللي ضربوه في الجبهه ده الجيش الشعبي الاصلي الوطني رفعوا السلاح ب 21 يوم دول يا ناس بيعرفين حقيقه انتوا خليكم ويون بتاع الشعب you have to stand with the شعب because I know you guys زي ما انتم قاعدين في جابه وقفتوا so much للنضال انتوا عارفين التحرير what does it mean خليكم نازلين الجد ضربوه قريب ديل وخطهم قال ديل يا ريال they mind they don't know the pain they don't know the pain the only thing they know they just know the salary for here people in the media these are your boys they are backbone بتاعكم ما في زول يا كوريت جمكم ما جاي كوريت دين ايام ما جاي كوريت عبد الله غير ما جاي كوريت and so many cannot Fraser there and those of Idris that we are just focusing لكم كشعب راجعين السودان the way we feel our kids the life they have we want this life also to be extended to other things because we know the grandfather بتاعكم fight about this nation اخوانكم امامكم خيلانكم شاكلوا بأرض ليه how come we allow few people يشيلوا لكم جروب بتاع بترول ليه why we allow this to happen يا اخوان think about it زول بياكل 4 مرات في يوم وفي زول هنا ما لاقى اكل انت سي ربنا ده انت ما اسال نفسك يا برادر ask yourself سي ده كلام لسه انت لو عسكري تقعد هنا في جوبا اوكي عندك دوله وتبصر ما بتاع 2 شهر من 24 شهر ادوك 2 months like now you have been given جريب بتاع شهر 6 وشهر 7 يطلعوا برا وشهور ثاني ده ما سالوا وين شهور ثاني ده ليه ادوك شهر 6 وشهر 7 وشهر 8 اوريدي دخل وعندك كم شهر هناك 22 شهر behind you يا اخوانا let us stand for the right الحق هو الحق والحق يا بيحررنا we will not give up اما زول اللي بيقول قاعد تعال جيبته رجاله this is a cheaper statement in your life يعني انت لو human being انا نمسك سلاح في يدي ونقول لك كده تعال هنا عشان نجي نحل المشكله say are you a human being انت كانسان فكر about it ask yourself سلاح ده جبته كيف how did you get it ما سلاح ده جاب بالدم بتاع الناس ما نلاقي ساكت it is a blood people who brought this gun فعليه ما تجي تنازل لو عدل وانت ماسكه انت لو اوكي لو زول سال قال لك شيل سلاح ده امسك جيبه مناطق الشعلوم دي يعني ده غبيه هسه we don't know where is it you know يعني بجاي في ايست افريكا بجاي ده the triangle we don't know where is it ما السلاح بتاعك ده وديه هناك لكن you cannot say تعال في جوبا this is your boy but let me tell you السلاح ده كل الناس كانوا رفعوا السلاح قبل كده the whole South Sudanese كلهم عارفين ضرب السلاح ما في زول ما بيعرف السلاح ف what you that statement it is a very weak statement اما تركيا والبقول قال الفقير ما ماشي وريم ماشي ما يمشي فطبعا ده statement بتاع زول بتاع مؤتمر الوطني I will not answer it because this is man that's where he is so that's why we will not answer it but ربنا will answer it J1 will fall وهنشوف leadership جديد عايزها ان شاء الله لو الشعب ما طلعوا انقلاب يحصل في داخل الحكومه انقلاب العسكري في عسكري بيدفع بعدين زول the real person في الجيش الشعبي هيعمل انقلاب للسلفه زول اللي يقول لا you know what it is time to stop this it happened في جنوب السودان عساكر عملوا شوف وقفوا كيف عملوا انقلاب وقفوا مع الشعب it will happen so لو الشعب ما طلع برا عساكر بتاع SPLM the real SPLM it will come out and هيعمل انقلاب للسلفه والسلفه هيلقوا نفوسهم somewhere else so thank you brother Junko
thank you
we will not stop there brother we will start pushing it whatever statement came out from الشباب بتاعنا ده خليهم ربنا معهم let them believe whoever they are believing but we are standing to the truth because truth in our blood ده حاجة خطر في الدم بتاعنا we will never shine or we will not shine and we will not walk away from it until حقيقة يظهر وربنا معكم thank you guys
thank you Charles Deng is really touching thank you so much and with that another Abu Yasmin a chance to weigh in you asked a question Abu Yasmin we want to give you an opportunity to weigh in as well. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Brother Jonkor. Can you hear me now?
Very well.
Oh, thanks, man. It's been a while, and I would like to thank your panels, Brother Charles and Brother Deng Ayogit. And I don't know if there is folks that spoken before I came in. The reason being that why did I request to come and weigh in is the question that I actually put and the way you answered it, I was quite disappointed. because you know me very well. So I'm very vocal on the issue of South Sudan. This is not my first time to come here and weigh in on concerned citizens of South Sudan, and a lot of folks knows my positions. I never been in South Sudan, and I don't have any desire to visit South Sudan anytime soon, unless things are
Of
changed.
course, you will go. It's your country.
Yeah. So the way you the way you frame my questions is quite disappointing to me, because you say that السؤال ده يعني إن احنا اتكلمنا فيه مرارا وتكرارا، لكن لما يجي من واحد intellectual is quite disappointing. The reason being that I'm not trying to discourage you, and I would like before I go to my point, I would like to thanks Brother Ding Ayogdit. We never met, we never been in any panels or discussions, but I came across his presentations like last night in Clubhouse regarding the Adwognyaba books, and he rose up very good points, and I supported him even though I came late because of my work schedules. Denga Yogit, I really appreciate your interaction last night, and all this time I've been listening to you. You've been vocal on the issues of South Sudan. This is a good thing. In fact, maybe you don't know me. I'm a friend to your cousins, Gabriel Madut, the Muhafiz Bitad al-Kajok Ahliyan. What I want to say is this, Brother Jonkor. What I want to articulate or to give you the snapshot or the idyllic picture of what is the problem of South Sudan is not the current governments or Salva Kiir himself per se, because if I said it's not the current presidents or the current government, people will definitely put me in the profile that is there as a pro-government أو أعوان النظام أو متكلمين بلسان النظام. زي ما في واحد تكلم قبل إنه أي زول بيقول إنه في قلة الوعي السياسي في جنوب السودان. That means this guy will fall into the categories of the people who are supporting the government. And this is absolutely wrong calculation, because we need to diagnose what is the real problem of South Sudan, so we can get the good results, or we can get a good medicine to address the issue of South Sudan. And this is where I differ with a lot of folks, including you guys. حتى في what you said about Paul Manyang, if I can revisit a little bit, is the folks that betrayed by Salva Kiir back then in the movement when Dr. John Allah Yarhamu passed away in a plane crash. Paul Manyang is the guy who stood up and said, Salva Kiir, you take the seat and lead the nations, And my question goes back to Paul Manyang. What prompted you to choose Salva Kiir, not or hello?
You think you did not say that, or what are you trying to say?
No, he said that. But what prompted him to choose Salva Kiir? Not
seniority.
Somebody else. Was that?
It was just seniority, just being a second man on the movement.
That's what I don't buy, because Kwal Manyang as intellectual, I'm going to come to this. Kwal Manyang as intellectual, before he joined the movement, he went to Germans and he studies there. So he's somebody with the Western culture and Western education.
Background.
Yes, so he's actually fit the profile of what is intellectual. الإنسان المثقف طبعا بيهتم بالمعرفة. So he went to the West and acquired the education that will qualify him to be intellectual. That means he will distinguish between good and bad. If the seniority was there, why didn't Salva took the seat? You have to wait for Kwal Manyang to give you the order and take the seat. The reason is this. Let me tell you this. The reason Kwal Manyang did that is because of the culture and tribal conformity. The Dinka tribes require our colleague to demonstrate solidarity to one another. That's why he didn't. You agree with me on that, I guess.
Go ahead, yeah. Go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, see? That's why we have to be very, very, very careful, I don't want to just to inflame the discussions. I just want to
no inflammation. We can agree, disagree. You can, feel free. Feel free, because what I said in that content, Innu, Salva Kiir, actually, he has no loyalty. Even somebody who was loyal to him yesterday, he can throw him under the bus. And there's a lot of things to prove that.
Absolutely correct, and I agree with you. But the loyal of Paul Manyang in the beginning was a false one. because was based on the tribal conformity. His tribe has Dinka require him to stand with Salva Kiir, not Pakana Moms or Waniga or any other tribes who were in that room. Because مجلس التحرير كان بيتكون من كذا واحد يعني including Dinka and Nuer وهكذا including Riek Machar. Why didn't you choose Riek Machar? You know, because this is our problem. Now will bring me to my point. Why did I ask that question in the first place? هل المواطن الجنوبي يتمتع بالوعي السياسي حتى يعني يدرك إنه there is a problem and I need my rights?
And I disagree with you. That's why I answered it the way I answered, and I will tell you why I disagree with you. Go ahead.
Yeah, you said it before. Yeah. So why did I say that? أول حاجة أنت لو لاحظت في الصورة المفروض يحصل قبل يومين. It didn't happen for whatever reason. Who do I blame? I don't blame Jonkor. I don't blame Deng Ayog. I don't blame Charles. I don't blame whoever. I blame the South Sudanese intellectual. المثقف الجنوبي. That's who I do blame. Why? Because المثقف الجنوبي is أسير لانقسامات الجنوبية الحاصلة. You, Jonkor, and me, Atilio, and Deng Ayog did, and Charles, for instance, في قضايا إنسانية حاصلة في جنوب السودان. They are not happening in our backyard, but we don't speak out on those issues. Just for instance, مشكلة بتاعت أقبلك بتاعت جونسون أولين. طبعا they are fighting on the issues of that land, over the land between the Dinka of that Atar and Shilluk. Whom are fighting from the Shilluk side is predominantly Shilluk and against Dinka of Atar. But we intellectual, our South Sudanese, من الناحية الإنسانية, we don't speak about that. You know why? Because our tribals.
No, are you saying in our forum we don't bring that issues up? We do bring that issues up a lot of time in our forum. Or you talking in general? You talking in general, or you talking about the forum here?
I'm talking in general.
Okay, Malish.
Yeah, because maybe you fit there, but you are very tiny. You know, you are very, very tiny. It's not even 3.5% from the intellectual.
What do you mean? What do you mean we fit there? So our forum, when we talk about that, so you are saying that we fit there, we are tiny?
Jonkor, I will appreciate that if you let me to articulate my point, and then you can recap. It will be very, very professional instead of back and forth.
Yeah, but I don't want to leave something behind. This is the point of discussion. When you say that, people don't talk about it. But in this forum particularly, we talk about Agolek, we talk about the Massa, you know, the people being refugee going to Sudan because of the war that intensified in northern Upper Nile. And that's why I want you to clarify it. Simply, it's not.
It's better to let me finish, and then you can and then recap about something that wasn't clear, because those type of discussions disrupt me, and I don't appreciate them. Not you, but those interjection. Yeah. So
it's okay.
So what I want to say is this: if the issue of South Sudan, so who do we blame is intellectual South Sudanese. That was my question actually. لأنه المثقف الجنوبي يعني is captive of their divisions. شفت كيف؟ And I gave you example that you presented that Kwalmanyang actually chose Salva Kiir to lead and take the seat, even though كان في قبائل أخرى مثل وانيجا from Baria and Pakana Mom from Shiro and Dr. Riek Machar from Nuer. He didn't choose those guys, but he concentrate on Salva Kiir. But when we ask that question, we will come with this very broad answer that because of seniority. We don't buy those in a very complexity society like South Sudan. The bottom line is this. To go to my point, let me bore you what the Greeks said about the society. شفت اليونانيين قالوا كذا حاجة about the societies, you know. They gave us a very good things, like حتى في الرياضة الأفلاطون قال إنه العقل سليم في الجسم سليم. شفت كيف؟ These are Greeks, you know, and Socrates قال when they asked him أنت from where are you from? So he was annoyed by the question, and then he said, I am the citizen of the world. أنا مواطن تحت هذه الدنيا. Why do you ask me? الكلام ده like in what? Maybe 9 centuries or whatever. And BC. Now in South BC, yes, thank you. In South Sudan now, look our boundaries. Shilluk is fighting Dinka. Dinka is fighting Murle. This within the one country. But the Greeks, years, centuries, they said that I am a citizen of the world, trying to enhance and promote the ideas and the notion of the cosmopolitanism and liberalism. In any given society, there is three type of people, and I wanted to listen to this very carefully. The first type are the idiots. The idiots, not بالمعنى السطحي للإنسان الأحمق. The idiots from the selfishness, yes, from the selfish perspective. أصحاب المنافذ الذاتية. They don't care about the public interest as long as their interest is met. If you have any politicians, and this is where you're going to agree with me, if you have any politician in South Sudan that have like villas, have some apartments in East Africa, and look the way South Sudan is suffering, look at the human destruction that's happening in our country, look at the human sufferings and people, the things that were brought by Al Jazeera, even though I don't agree, because media is controlled by someone else, and that person controls the information that goes out. So it's biased in a sense. When you go to CNN, there's something that you will not hear, and you will hear them in the Fox News or whatever. The idiots are there for their interests, and we have a lot of them, especially in South Sudan. A lot of politicians are idiots because are selfish. You know what I mean? The second layers, or the second type, are the tribes people mentality. The tribe people mentality, you can substitute the word tribes by the clans. حتى إحنا في أول, we divide ourselves based on our clans. You can substitute the clans by the regions. In South Sudan, people divide themselves by regions. They're Barzal, they're Equatorians, they're Alanilin. And these tribe people are very, very, very tough one. They are the one destroys societies because they see themselves as warriors. And in South Sudan example, خاصة القبائل النيلية plus Latuka, when you tell someone you guys are warriors, they see that as a compliment. حتى في الرقصات الشعبية يعني بنشيل الكوت، انت عارف الكوت مش الدرجة. And the spear, and it is a sign of the prideness. Because why we're displaying this? Anyone who comes to interrupt our principles, we will fix them, we will destroy them, we are this and that. The tribe mentality people intimidate the intellectual within their setting. The best example, let me tell you this. Let us take any one tribe. If I mention the tribe names, is going to be misinterpreted. You know, look
no,
at the Dinka,
go ahead. Don't worry.
Yeah, just an example. For instance, why do Dinka intellectuals don't speak out? Because will bring you back to hit up who's intellectual. Intellectual الإنسان تهتم بالمعرفة. You know, the someone who's pursued the knowledge. What is knowledge? Knowledge is a power. Power that will give you the ability to distinguish between good and bad, what is good and what is bad. But all this time, there is a lot of human destruction happening in South Sudan, but people don't react from Dinka setting, for instance, or Shuluk or Nuer. They are quiet until something happened in their backyard. Now you will see them vocal in the social media, is speaking about government is this and that. This is a double standard. This is a bias as a result of the culture conformity. So المشكلة بتاع جنوب السودان المشكلة بتاعت المثقف الجنوبي. We don't generalize that feel why السياسة في جنوب السودان. No, we have to tell the truth, folks. حتى with respect to
so you disagree much.
Hang on. Yes, hang on a second. Let me tell you. Had the agreement that I mean the example that you given in your sketch, the video from Al Jazeera regarding to hyena attacking the innocent woman, which is actually unfortunate. But let me tell you,
it's not from Al Jazeera. That's not from Al Jazeera. Al
from
Jazeera
YouTube.
Talk about the refugees.
Yes, from the YouTube. What I want to say is this: even here in Canada, we have Bear you know, while they're attacking people in Charleswood. You know, Charleswood is one of the best area here in Winnipeg City, along the highway. You know, even what the government do is just put the sign, you know, you got to watch out for the bear. You know, and when bear attack someone, we don't regard that the government of Canada failed to protect citizens. This is where we become to mislead ourselves. I'm not saying that government of South Sudan should not lift up to its obligation to protect civilians or people from the wild animals. This is I'm just trying to answer what came to your show, what came in your show. The last, to make it very brief, because I don't want to consume a lot of time, maybe you have a lot of folks who wanted to recap in what I'm saying. The last type of the people that Greeks mention is the good citizen. The good citizens are the people who don't see themselves as Dinka, who don't see themselves as Shuluk, who don't see themselves as Nuer. These are the good citizens. But in our South Sudan context, why these good citizens don't speak out? That's the question. Will bring me to the why did I say problem that South Sudan is not Salva Kiir, it's not Riek Machar, is the intellectual South Sudanese, including this general or these two principles. Because Riek Machar and Salva Kiir can go tomorrow, but we're still going to suffer from the same problem of the intellectuals because they've been so quiet for long. And I don't blame them. Why? Because of our culture conformity, including me. Why don't أنا ما بتضامن مع عبد الشلوك في قضايا بتاعهم, for instance. And if I do that vocally, this will come with the social consequences. I will be called name. I will be called this. I am the one who stopped the community from the back. I am against the community. And the problem or the social problem will go beyond that. They will target my family. If I have a daughter who want to be married, they will say, oh, don't marry her. They are against the community. Why you have to marry them? So the problem الواجه المواطن الجنوبي أو المثقف الجنوبي is huge. It's not small. That's why we have to come collectively. The intellectual South Sudanese, they have to come collectively to address the problems. We have to be vocal within Shuluk, not في قضايا بتاعت Shuluk. Within Dinka, not في قضايا بتاعت Dinka. إنه أبياء يطلع برا بإنه مسيرية crash them. or دينكا ملوال يطلعوا برا بينه البقاره والمسيريه حاجمونا ونحبوا الماشيه وحرقوا اليابس من الاخضر والكلام ده كله. You know. So in conclusion, what I want to say is, brother, is that I'm not against the uprisings. I'm not against you guys being vocal in social media. I will support you, but my problem is this: we have to address it right. And before I conclude, and if I offended anyone in my views,
go on. You have to address it right. What is wrong the way we are addressing it? You need to be clear too, because I'm going to come and answer some questions.
Yes, yeah, because it's not only you, brother Jonko, who is listening, and I like the way.
No, I'm talking about the forum. I'm representing forum. That's why I'm saying that.
Yes, and yes, you're presenting the forum, but you don't control it, because let people speak freely, and when you interrupt, it's not good. That's what I'm trying to say. You know, ده المشكله اللي دخلني قبل كم ايام مع واحد كان moderate a show في Clubhouse. Our problem is this: we don't know what is the meaning of moderate. When discussion become intensify, is your job as the host or صاحب الشو to moderate, to make it ease, to calm it down. Don't elevate it. Don't make it Byzantine.
It's not wrong to interject a point. It's not wrong to interject a point anyway, when people are discussing. Right?
Anyway, so I will stop here. My point, what I want to say is this: المشكلة بتاع جنوب السودان مع الحكومات ومع التكتلات الحاصلة. المشكلة بتاع جنوب السودان هو المثقف الجنوبي, because our intellectuals are captive of their divisions. This is my conclusion based on my opinions, and I'm entitled to my opinions, and I base it. Yes, and I will stop here and thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Ustad Abu Yasmin, thank you. Thank you for coming on and adding your perspective as well. I still disagree with you, the way you characterize, the political conscience of South Sudanese. And that's why I give you that answer. When you say that, هل مواطني جنوب السودان بيستمتعوا بوعي سياسي حتى يحدث التغيير, it's very clear to South Sudanese if we are not political conscience, why we fought the Jalaba in 1954, and 1983 and why we voted in 2011. لو كان ما في وعي سياسي ده الكلام اللي بقودي. And I disagree with you too, Abu Yasmin, when you're saying that the problem in South Sudan is not Salva Kiir and Riek Machar. They are the one that in the power, and they are the one that using the people of South Sudan, actually dividing them along ethnic line in order for them to remain in power. He used Nuer against South Sudanese, you know, Riek Machar, you know that. Kiir used Dinka against, again, to remain in the power. فكيف انك من ذات المنطلق تقول لا, the problem is not Kiir and Riek, the problem is intellectual. What the intellectual has to do, intellectual, they are speaking up. A lot of people have been speaking up, they've been writing, they've been talking, they've been proposing, you know, but their ideas are not accepted because we've been ruled, you know, by iron and fire, and you all know that. So the reason I say that, I feel, you know, sorry, because I know your, you know, education background, in order for you to say that, شعب جنوب السودان لسه ما عندهم وعي سياسي. That's why I disagree with you. لكن لو زول تاني من الشارع ولا زول تاني من النظام, you know, I would brush it up and say it's okay, you know, because I know, you know, how they think. وانت عارف كويس, انت ملم تماما what's going on in the country, you see. So I think I should leave it there. I want to give chance to Deng Ayok.
Yes. Before Deng Ayok come in, I just wanted to build on your point. Yes, brother Jonkor, I actually admire you and appreciate, you know, the job you're doing, you know, trying to what you're doing right now. انت يعني شغال في الوعي السياسي, يعني قاعد تصل الوعي السياسي, قاعد تنمي الوعي السياسي الجنوبي, you know, through the social media. And nowadays with technology has become a power. What I want to say in respect to what you just said, you know, in 1947, 1983, we went to referendums and all this. On those times, we have a single message. Instead, for instance, in case of a will, when Dr. John came, Nasa will, what is your problem? Ma Jalaba, Michel Takush, you know. Nasa will taban, yeah, thank you. So if Masiri is the problem, we will give you the gun and fight. But the real problem أول أهداف بتاع الحركة الشعبية هو تحرير السودان. تحرير السودان من شنو؟ ليس من منو. But we joined the movement. The إنسان البلدي يعني رعى البقر join the movement because they want to fight المسيرية أو البقارة. This is what they have in their mind. The same thing with Murle. Dr. John went to Murle. What is your problem? قال Denkabur, okay. Join the movement. We'll give you the fight. Give you a gun to protect yourself. You know. The falsafa بتاع الحركة الشعبية كان أساسا, but we don't take it to sell it. It will become misleading. You know, I don't want to prolong and take.
No, you good, absolutely. And now actually الperception بتاعنا الآن اللي بيخلينا يوحدنا الآن الوعي اللي بيجيب وعي لمواطن السودان الجنوبي هو مويه نظيفة. زول في أول يا أخي ما بيستمتع بمويه نظيف, ما بيستمتع في كهرباء, بمستشفى, بدواء, بالشارع. The same thing في يامبيو, the same thing in Buma. So there are more, you know, common denominators that actually will bring us together. Simple, everybody will see himself there. It's a reflection of everybody, and that's why with this, it doesn't require someone, you know, to have a master in, you know, in telecommunication or so forth. But it requires إنه أنا سيندي موية, أنا عندي حق في البلد ده, أنا عندي حق في البلد ده. Okay, that's my thing. Then into why بخدمات اللي هو مفروض يحصل, and then he will work toward تغيير. Thank you. I really appreciate you, Yasmin, coming and adding your perspective. Nedi Dengdi, come on a chance.
No problem, brother. It's all good, man. It's no bad feeling, brother.
Thank you. No, at all. Dengdi Ayok, go ahead and weigh in as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I don't know. Do you hear me?
Very, very well.
Yeah, my screen is stuck. I see the pictures stuck, but as long as you hear my voice, that is good.
You are very well. We still can see you. You are good. Oh, Ustaz Abdullah Garang is here. Actually wanted to weigh in.
Okay, I would like to appreciate Atilio Abu Yasmin for seeing something worth his admirations in me. And I really appreciate that. We are a voice to our people. We are speaking here for the welfare and betterment of our country. So thank you very much for that, and it is a pleasure to share with you the forum today. You know, there are points that Atilio raised in his interjection, and it is his right to either agree or disagree with us.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because you don't expect people to agree on all issues that they discuss.
Yeah.
Because everybody has got a different opinion. Now, there are 3 points I would like to make comment on so that I go to the topic. Political consciousness. On the issue of political consciousness, there is no doubt that South Sudanese are politically conscious, and history has proved this. There are many evidence throughout our history. Jonkor said some of these things, but I will take the issue of solidarity during the War of Liberation, which lasted for 21 years. South Sudanese who were in the north were always in solidarity with one another as one people. And this one shows that they are politically aware. For instance, when South Sudanese was attacked by northern nationals or northern Sudanese, you would see all South Sudanese coming together to defend themselves. That is part of political consciousness. Political consciousness is something that is created, and I think this is what we are doing here. The SPLM, SPLA created it through their radio, and as a result, we have seen so many people leaving their cattle camps in South Sudan and going to Bill Farm and Bongo to be trained and come back to liberate South Sudan. These are people who have never gone to school. These were people who listened to the radio and they understood the cause and they supported it and they made a decision to go and be part of it and went to Bill Farm, Bongo. They were trained and then they came back and they fought for the cause of South Sudan. So that one is an indication that South Sudanese are political conscious. It is also an indication or an evidence that political consciousness is something that is created. It is you who knows what is the cause to create it now so that others understand and join you. On the issue of Kir and Machar are not the problem of South Sudan. I have a different opinion also. I don't agree with Abu Yasmin. Actually, Kir and Machar are the problem of South Sudan because this thing started within their party. When Kir was suggesting that voting should take place by raising hand, and Machar was saying no, it should be through secret ballot.
Go ahead, Ustad David. Oh man. Yeah.
For the SPLM chairmanship. And then this is the story that developed later and plunged the whole country into war, civil war. So I don't know, with all this in your mind, with all this in your knowledge, you come and tell us that Kir and Machar are not the problem. Look, in the grassroots conferences that were conducted, that were held in the 3 regions of the country, the ordinary men, the common men and women, people even in the villages were saying that for the country to move forward, President Kiir and First Vice President Machar should step aside because they are the problem of South Sudan. And then they did not stop there. They said SPLM is the problem of South Sudan. And you have listened to elders of the people talking. Bona Malwal said that SPLM is the problem of South Sudan in the conclusion of the national dialogue. Angelo Beda also said the same thing, that SPLM is the problem of South Sudan. And they were actually echoing what was said by the citizens of South Sudan in those grassroots conferences that were held in different parts of South Sudan in the 79 counties that constitute the country. So there is no doubt that Kiir, President Kiir and First Vice President Machar are the problem. Now, in 2013, when killing happened in Juba, who did that one? When our people were displaced to run into the UN camps, who is responsible for that? Who was behind that? When our people were forced into refuge, to seek refuge in the neighboring countries, who do you think was behind that one? When the Malakal was burned down to ashes, who was responsible for that one? When Unity State, Bantu, when it was also burned down to ashes, who was responsible for that one? When people were killed in the oil fields and in Bor town, who do you think is responsible for that one? It is these two people you are saying that they are innocent. So you have no any concrete ground to tell us that Kir and Mashar are not the problem of South Sudan. They are the problem, and the people of South Sudan are aware that they are actually the problem. So if you don't want to agree with the people of South Sudan, then that is your personal opinion. But thank God that the common men and women of South Sudan are fully aware that these two gentlemen are the problem and they must be removed in order for the country to move forward. I agree with you on point number 3, in which you said we don't speak about other people's problems until one problem happened in our backyard. Yes, this is generally speaking, this is what happened in South Sudan, and it is very unfortunate. And this one posed a very big questions on the spirit of nationalism that we have. What kind of nationalism or patriotism that we have? Is it a selective patriotism or is it a comprehensive one? Because what is affecting people in Kajikaji is affecting me in northern Baragazal state. What is affecting people in Nasser or Joko is affecting me in central Equatorial state, because this is the same country. So I agree with you that sometimes we are selective, and this is a very good point. You draw our point. I mean, you draw our attention to the fact that we need not to be selective on the national issues. We have to speak about the national issues, even if it is not happening in our backyards. We have to speak about it. However, we have talked about the issue of Malakal, maybe not the way many people expect us to talk about it. And the reason why we did not talk about it in a way people or in a way other people expected is that this issue is very sensitive. And we just put it in simple words. We said the Dinka community and the Cholo community that are in Upper Nile State have been there for thousands. An issue of land dispute, because Johnson Olwen is fighting for the land. He believes that his land or the Cholo land is occupied by others. And his belief is right, because this government is a tribal government.
Abdullah Garang look like Ustaz Deng did not work.
And the Dinka.
Welcome back.
This is right, because these people existed together and they intermarried. They intermarried together. And they intermarried together, and there is no problem at all. So this problem was created by the central government under the leadership of President Salva Kiir, and it started in 2009. You remember the dispute over Fiji and other lands. Fiji was part of Upper Nile State. Now it was annexed to Jonglei State, and that one created a big problem, and the issue developed later on until Johnson Olwen and many other Sholoson pick up guns to fight, because they felt that the central government was favoring a certain group of people at their expense. And so they pick up arms and they decided to fight. Now, this is a very simple story. It should have not developed into that state. The central government should have investigated the matter and give the rights to the people whose those rights are due to, instead of favoring one group against the other. So this is it. And there are so many other issues. So this is my comment on this one briefly, and then I will now come back to talk about the issues. So thank you.
Actually, thank you, Dendi. And I don't want just to deviate from our real topic.
My screen is stuck, guys. I don't know whether you see me or not.
We see you. We can see you.
You see your picture.
I see the 3 pictures of us stuck.
Don't worry.
My screen. I don't see anyone.
You are okay. We can see you very well, and maybe a little bit of glitch on the system, but you'll be okay. So what I'm saying, I said we don't want to deviate, Jama, from the real topic that we are discussing today: future strategy for South Sudan. This is our focus, should be, but it doesn't mean that if something come, we cannot answer. We can answer and we can move on. So Abdullah Garang, let me give you that point. Go ahead. And I see Abdul Yasmin. If he wanted to come back and interject as well, if he want to, we can do that. But Abdullah Garang, go ahead.
اوكي شكرا جزيلا. سامعني كويس؟
يا انت واضح.
اوكي طبعا ابو ياسمين هو قال كلامه، يعني هو يعني متفق معنا في بعض الاشياء في كلامه هو قاله، لكن
Welcome back, David.
ركز على اساس انه
Thank you. I can see you now.
المشكله الاساسيه هي في وعي المثقف او غياب الاساسي للمثقف. لكن السؤال في وعي سياسي، لكن السؤال المفروض يكون how to come together. في وعي سياسي but how to come together, that is the question. It's supposed to be like that. فأنا داير أقول شنو؟ طبعا في أي مجتمع الدولة هي المسؤولة مسؤولية مباشرة من التنمية الاقتصادية، تنمية اجتماعية، تنمية ريفية، تطوير الاقتصاد، العلاقات الخارجية، everything. طيب أنت ما ممكن تجي مثلا تقول إنه المواطن أو المثقفين هم المفروض يقوموا بدورهم عشان يكون يعني في تغيير أساسي، أو غياب المثقف هي المشكلة الأساسية لمشاكل في جنوب السودان. لكن أنا بقول المثقف ما هو المشكلة. المثقف في جنوب السودان مغيب تماما، ما عنده هامش الحريات يعبر عن رأيه. المثقف لا يعبر عن رأيه لأنه ليس هنالك منابر لتعبير الرأي. تتكلم في سياسة في جنوب السودان ممنوع. إذن صوت المثقف يصل كيف؟ لأنه الحكومة قاعد يعمل انتميديت عن طريق ناس الأمن. وأبو ياسمين قبل برضو ذكر موضوع بتاعت الأحزاب السياسية، إنه الأحزاب السياسية سيلفش وغياب دور الأحزاب السياسية. لكن من هو مسؤول عن غياب الأحزاب السياسية؟ المسؤول من غياب الأحزاب السياسية هي حكومة جنوب السودان، لأنه منذ 2011 حتى الآن من هو مفوض تنظيم أو مسجل الأحزاب السياسية في جنوب السودان؟ هل هنالك قانون للأحزاب السياسية في جنوب السودان؟ إذا الحكومة الآن الموجود نظمت الأحزاب السياسية، لأن الأحزاب السياسية جزء من إدارة الدولة، هم الopposition and tomorrow they're going to be on the government. إذن لابد من تنظيم الأحزاب السياسية في جنوب السودان، إنه يكون في قانون أحزاب سياسية. وما هي الشروط عشان تكون مثلا حزب؟ الموجود الآن في جنوب السودان ليس أحزاب سياسية أبو ياسمين، والسبب لذلك هي التغيير الحكومي المعمد من الإدارة الحكومية الآن الموجودة. إذن أنا ما بقول غياب دور المثقف هو المثقف، لكن غياب دور المثقف الانتلكشوال أنت قلتم ده برنامج الحكومي. لأنه هذا المثقف أولا هو ما عنده إمكانيات، لأنه هو شغال في الدولة وما عنده مرتب، ما عنده مرتب، ما قادر ينفق على نفسه وعلى أسرته. حتى لو في منبر سياسي عشان هو يتكلم how to improve our country, how to better our country، ده ممنوع. إذن الحكومة هي السبب، ما ده لجنة ثلاثة. الحكومة الآن الموجود هي السبب. يعني أمر الله لكل الأشياء في جنوب السودان. ما في حاجة يقوم، حتى الحركة الشعبية لا تمارس العمل السياسي في جنوب السودان، ناهيك من الأحزاب السياسية الأخرى. الحركة الشعبية الحزب الوحيد اللي عنده كل الامكانيات المستقر لها لا تمارس العمل السياسي ولا تسمح لعضويه الحركه الشعبيه ان يعبروا عن رايهم. انت ذاك حتكون في مشكله. والمثال بتاع تيم قرن الاخير في البرلمان واحد من النموذج. تيم قرن عدل برايه قال يا اخي القروش دي يعني المفروض ما ندفعه لاعضاء برلمان او لبيع المواطن، ممكن نطور به. يعني الرقم ده كبير جدا. حصل له شنو؟ هي ريموف. الحكومه الان موجود حتى داخل حزبه لا تمارس العمل الديمقراطي ولا تمارس العمل السياسي. من هو في راس الموجود في راس الحكومه؟ من هو اللي عنده اكسس لتعديل القانون؟ من هو اللي عنده اكسس انه يقفل البرلمان؟ من هو اللي عنده اكسس يعين اعضاء برلمان ويعين وزراء والمفوضيات؟ هو الرئيس الفقير ما يردي. نحن ما ممكن نشوف في فيلم ونطعن في الظلم. is not correct. نحن لازم نواجه الحقيقه عشان نعالج المشكله. الجرح ده لازم يحكوه عشان يجيبوا له الدواء عشان يمشي كويس. في المفاوضات بتاع 2018 انتم لو مذكرين ولا 2017 في اديس ابابا عن طريق المتحدث الرسمي باسم الحكومه مايكل مكوي ولا عن طريق سلفا قال يا اخي انا ورياك ما بنشتغل سوا.
مكوي قال كده
مكوي قال سلفا قال هو ما رياك ما بيشتغلوا سوا.
We will never work together. ده كلام اللي قاله.
الكلام ده ما واضح يا جماعه. اصلا كير وجوده في سلطه مارياك ما هيشتغلوا سوا. ده ضياع زمن. ده ضياع زمن لنا نحن في جنوب السودان. سؤال المثقفين السؤال الاساسي how we can come together. ده السؤال المفروض ان احنا نناقشه بكل شفافيه. how we can come together. نحن لازم نصحى للوعي القومي زي ما انت ذكرت الاخ اتيليو ابو ياسمين. اذا حصل مشكله في يامبيو نحن الجنوبيين كلنا ندينا هذا البرنامج، نشتغل بروح وطنيه واحده، ندعم الجانب الوطني. لكن الانقسامات التي يعني الحاصله الان داخل المثقف الجنوبي هي يعني تقسيمات ذات القبيله اثرت في المثقف والكوميونتي برضه عنده دور. انت قبل ذكرت يا تيليو انه الكوميونتي انت لو قلت حاجه يجي يقول لك يا اخي لا ده ما انت تقوله، ده ما زمنه. وانا I shared this with Atili Abu Yasmin. You know, and now when we talk here, some people are calling me. انتوا ليه قاعدين تتكلموا ده تجي الحكومه برا وحكومه ده يا هو موانجان يا هو قاعدين فوق. ده الموانجان المستفيدين. ما كله موانجان. ده الموانجان المستفيدين. وده ما بمثلني. اللي بمثلني ده الزور المواطن القاعد في اول القاعد يرجع شمال لانه ما في اكل في المنطقه. والده اجو انقل والده اجو قاعد تحتنا هو سامع الكلام ده وعارف المشكله شنو عندنا في جنوب السودان. هل نقول كلنا نحن مستفيدين من هذه الحكومه؟ اكيد نحن ما مستفيدين. الان لو في زول ايان من مجان بعد كويس ما بلقى مستشفى عشان يودوه مستشفى بياخذ like 6 hours ولا 5 hours عشان يوصل جوبا. وفي جوبا ذاته المستشفى ما مهيأ. فكيف تيجي تقنعني انه حكومه ده بتاع دينكا؟ ده واحد. الثاني برضو المشكله اللي وقعوا فيه المثقفين في جنوب السودان ما في احزاب سياسيه. الاحزاب السياسيه دورها غايب تماما. القبليه او التكتلات الاقليميه حلت محله الاحزاب. يعني انت عشان تلقى التزكيه عشان تجي في المحل ده لازم يعمل لك تزكيه من المجتمع حقك، من الكوميونتي حقك او من القبيله حقك. وده خطا. ده خطا لانه الكوميونتيز زي ده ما عارفين هاو انه البلد ده بيديروا كيف. نحن دايرين حكومه يفتح مجال للاحزاب السياسيه، يجيز قانون الاحزاب السياسيه عشان الشباب بدل ما يتكتلوا في التنظيمات القبليه يتكتلوا في التنظيمات السياسيه. لانه الاحزاب عندها برنامج، الاحزاب عندها ايديولوجيز كويس. بدل ما تمشي تقول يا اخي نحن في بحر غزال تقول يا اخي نحن في UCC، نحن في حركه الشعبيه IO، نحن في حركه كده وفي حركه كده. ده نحن دايرينه في جنوب السودان. فاذا المقيد المثقفين في جنوب السودان هي الحكومه الان الموجود. لا، الحكومه الان الموجود لا بيدعم شباب، لا بيستخدم طاقه الشباب، ولا بيشارك الشباب حتى المتعلمين، بل شغال انه يفرقهم ويجيب الليس educated كويس، يجيبهم للسلطه. and those less educated هم يعني they are loyal to those leaders. كله يبين كن جلو كده ويتكلموا يصدروا، بدل يقول للرئيس كلام كويس يمشي تقول له يا اخي نوير عملوا ورياض عمل وناس فلان عمل وناس علي النيل عمل وناس بوردل ذاته ياهو شغالين حركات بتاعهم ويقول لك يا اخي 1991 رجع. all this we don't want them. That's why we are calling for uprising to change this government, to go and give the youth a chance, give the intellectual a chance to speak loud how to run this country. That's what we want. Let us give them a chance to run elections. خلي المواطن speak free. خلي نسمع رأي المواطن. Don't say مواطن يا دامس. No. لكن الحكومة انت ما اول ما تتكلم زي ده طوالي يشيلوك يقول لك يا اخي انت نوديك بلو هاوس. للاسف الشديد زمان كنا في الجامعات وفي زول قال الكلام ده في كلاب هاوس، في واحد اسمه اللورد ذكر في كلاب هاوس نقطه مهم جدا. الغيار السياسيه الطلبه كانوا مستنيرين اللي كانوا موجودين في الجامعات الANF ناس متعلمين، ناس عندهم افق قومي، لكن الحركه الشعبيه لما جات ريف الANF و دنجي دايوك عارف الكلام ده كويس. الANF مطافه كان نهايته شنو؟ الكوادر السياسيه اللي كانوا في ANF كلهم استخدموهم كدروع في الامن، استوعبوهم في الامن بدل يخلوهم في المجال السياسي، استوعبوهم في جهاز الامن ويعملوا ترهيب عسكريا بدل ما كانوا هم يعني الشباب رواد في الفكر والمنطق. الان ادوهم السلاح، والسبب لذلك هو ده الحكومه الان الموجود. الحكومه الان الموجود هي disable this government disable everything in South Sudan and nothing will go forward إذا كان الرئيس كير موجود في السلطة ورياض موجود في السلطة. إذن you guys الناس المثقفين let us talk how to come together. الوعي موجود، الفكر موجود، التعليم موجود، لكن نحن لازم نجي سوا عشان نكون أقوياء ونشيل الحكومة دي برا. And I'm gonna show you South Sudan will be better and better. South Sudan will be better, and tomorrow رياض مشار مثل فاكير if they go التاريخ هيكتب إنه الرئيس الفاكير is the worst president. ما تقولوا جماعة بيوسوا يا جماعة، عدد الناس اللي تم تشريدهم في 2013 عارفينهم كويس، وعدد الناس الذين تم تشريدهم في 2018 عارفينهم كويس. التاريخ هيجي يسجل كل هذا، واللي بيتحمل المسؤولية هو رياض مشار وسلفاكير ميادين. So guys, intellectuals نحن سؤالنا واحد how we come together to better our country. ده الكلام اللي نحن المفروض نناقشه. أنا بشكرك أبو ياسمين وبدي فرصة للناس التانيين. Thank you.
Thank you أستاذ عبد الله قرن. Yes أبو ياسمين أنا بديك الفرصة. إن شاء الله بديك الفرصة. أنا داير أقول حاجة يا أستاذ دنجيت with respect with the Dr. Aldo Ajodeng. طبعا هو معنا دايما بيحضر برامج بتاعنا. He keep referring back to revitalize agreement, and we know that Humzad financial dialogue, he was part of it, said his agreement is failing and has failed already, So I just want you to help a little bit here. Why Dr. Aldo Ajodeng keep referring to that, and this peace agreement is not working anymore. It's a done case,
That's the point I was actually going to recap on.
Yes. Go ahead, Dengi. And I'm a deep further as well.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
So, you muted yourself. Okay.
Thank you, Jonkor. That is a very good point. I salute Dr. Aldo Ajo Dengakwe for his presence and his persistence to be with us always and to listen to what we say, and coming in also to share his perspective with us through the comments under the video. Yeah, what I want to say, you know, Uncle Aldo Ajo is a member of the JCE. In their last document, they released some document recently. In their last document, they put it very clear that the revitalized peace agreement is not being implemented.
Yes.
And they warned, they said that there's a looming war, that the parties, that is the SPLM-IG and the SPLM-IO, have an intention to take the country back to war. They said that one in their own document. So now it is the same Aldo Ajo in his capacity as a veteran politician and elder at the same time, coming back to tell us that the only way forward is the implementation of the revitalized peace deal. This revitalized peace deal has collapsed, and we said this one here. It is not working. Riek Machar is just there in Juba with President Kiir, and there are a lot of differences within his party, but I will not now talk about those issues. But what I want to point out and stress on is the fact that there is no political will for the implementation of the peace agreement. And the SPLM-IO representatives have always been speaking about this through the media, saying that there is no political will by the other partner in the government to implement the agreement. They have been talking about this. The latest statement was made by Manao Peter Gerkwas 2 weeks ago on the issue of the joint army. He talked about this and he pointed out that the other partner has no political will to implement the agreement. So when there is no political will for the implementation of the agreement, how come you say that this agreement is the only way forward? Salva Kiir is 100% sure that if this agreement is implemented in spirit and letter, then that will dismantle his government. He would not be there because the agreement is a very powerful agreement, and that's why he's dodging. He doesn't want to implement it. The implementation, if there is an implementation, it is very selective. But now with the SPLM-IO divided into many factions, and recently the soldiers overthrown, they dethroned Machar from the chairmanship of the SPLM-IO and from the command of the SPLA-IO forces. It is very clear that Simon Gerwijdual now with Johnson Olony are alone. They are now a camp, and they have been joined by the deputy of Machar, Hiner Odwar, and other political figures within the SPLM-IO have endorsed the Kitsguang declarations. And they are now there. What do you think they will do? They will fight. And if they fight, it means the country is taken back to war. We are already at war because you have seen what happened recently after the breaking away of Gerwijdual, Johnson Olony, and others. There were military confrontation, and the country is now taken back to war. And as a result, the war that is in Magenes could spread to the other parts of Upper Nile region, and then it can develop into a large-scale war that can spread all over the country. So, in our analysis, based on the developments that are happening, because we are all monitoring the developments that are happening. This agreement has collapsed. It will not be implemented, and the SPLM-IG, in the personality of its chairman, the president, is not willing to implement this agreement. So the issue of the agreement is not here with us. And the elders in the JCE, although we disagree with that body, they are my witness because they said it in their document. So talking about agreement here is not something that is valid, because if you would like to talk about the implementation of the agreement, 90% of the agreement is not implemented. At this moment we speak, 90% of it is not implemented. What does this mean? It means that there is no will for its implementation. And now the interim period has come, or is almost coming to an end. We have just only 1 week or so, and the agreement is over, and the government would be illegal. They are now in a big dilemma. That's why they are seeking an extension to the interim period, which is not stipulated in the agreement. So this government would be illegal by next week.
12.
This is what we are saying. And it must be very clear. The agreement has collapsed, and there is no will for the implementation of this agreement. The way forward is regime change, so that we have a new regime that will open up political space for all political parties to participate in political arena, where be it elections or expressing themselves or holding rallies or whatever. And also citizens, members of civil society, they have to be allowed to speak up freely, because this freedom of expression is something that is guaranteed in our constitution, and it should not be undermined by government. And so this government is undermining it, and that's why you see us vocal here talking about the government. So we need change. Change is the only way forward. Don't tell me there is revitalized peace deal which need to be implemented. Don't tell me that wait for elections, because election under this government will not be credible and will not be free and fair. So the only way forward is change. This is what I can say to our veteran politician, Aldo Ajo, and to my brother here, Atilio Abu Yasmin. Atilio, to my understanding, is a member of the SPLM, and he should not be hiding. He has to tell the public, yes, I'm a member of the SPLM. I'm speaking here on behalf of the SPLM. Don't be afraid of you being accused to be a government supporter. Why? What is wrong if you are a government supporter? Be a government supporter and nobody will be against you, because there are so many government supporters that come here and they discuss with us as government supporters. If you are independent, also tell us, no problem. Tell us I am an independent person, but I'm speaking here as a South Sudanese, because being a South Sudanese also gives you a right to speak about the issues of South Sudan that we are discussing here.
Sit there.
Yeah, so this is what I can say. I agree with him on that point in which he said that the intellectuals are so selective when it comes to the issues that are happening. They talk only about what is happening in their home area, while they ignore other issues that are happening in other areas. And that was a very good call for all the intellectuals, that please pay attention to all the issues. Don't be selective. And it is acceptable. And I applaud him for that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dengida York. Abu Yasmin, if you may just give me a little bit to give chance to Charles, because it looked like he stayed long time, and then he can weigh in, and then I will go back to you really quick. Malish, bear with me. Charles, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Are you hearing me, Junko?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, thank you. Anyway, I just came back. It's just a little bit answer for Brother Tilo, those things. I know they need to also answer some, and Abdallah. First of all, let me go. He points something about why Kwalmanyang appoints Salva Kiir to be a president, to be a leader. One thing you have to know this: Askaria is a one channel. There's no way you can escape another rank. The only thing you should do, only only to do the coup. تعمل انقلاب يا وقت بيطلع في راس زول قدامك. Without coup you cannot. So it was right after the death of Dr. John Garang. So it is right for Salva to take over because he was the second man on that one. So that one there's no disagreement on it. Even though John was left and died, there were so many strong people of the SPLM was left, you know. So people knew that with those people around Salva will move on, will carry that trail ahead of it. Because there's so many people. Nas Qaidat Gawi, Mansur Khalid, name them. You know, Samson Kwaji, you know, Munu, name them. Pagana, Mom, Nyal, Deng. So there were so many strong there. So people was putting hope that with those people, Salva can move because the leader doesn't work by himself. The only thing what the leader does, you gather information. So all the information, they just bring it to you. And then how to decide, you know, this decision. That's the end of the leadership. But the leadership is the quality of the people. It is not about the one-man hand. So when you are one-man hand leadership, that's why now, Salva now is a one-man hand. That's why the country is now in the chaos. So on that regard, I don't think so. There was a mistake there was made, Brother Tilo. It was a military rank. You know, this is what takes Salva there, and then Salva bring Riek Machar. Riek Machar in the SPLM, it was number 7. After those five people, God take them, so Riek become number 2. So Riek inside before, it was number 7. After those of Carbino, Nguyen Ban, John Kulang, you know, Arangapan Arok. So when they are not here, now Riek Machar will come and Waniga become closer. So that's the one thing answer for that. And then also, you talk about intellectual, you know, to understand it. Brother, this revolution, it doesn't need intellectual. I disagree with that. Because Riek Machar is intellectual. Nobody can defeat Riek Machar when it comes to academic. If you sit with him in academic, Riek Machar is very intellectual. He's very smart, you know, when you go to academic. But also when you come to the leadership, Riek is too far away from that because very far in leadership, you don't have quality of leadership. So intellectual in revolution, it doesn't work in that way. Revolution is about the people who know the reality, people who are standing on the other people's right. This is the meaning of they are man at our revolution. But if you are mutalimin cool revolution, we will not go nowhere. It will never happen. So then as a lindum wire, people who love good things to their neighbors. So that's the one thing. Also, he mentioned about the issue with Johnson Link. Taban, I think Attila, you are listening. He tried to drag people away from the topic. You know, he wants to draw people away. Why people don't talk about Johnson Oling and Apadan? You see, there are things minor. If you look at the issue of Johnson Oling, where did Johnson Oling get starting rebellion? Oling started rebellion in 2008. You know, that's where the tension stand up in Fiji. First of all, the tension was between Leda Thor and what do you call it? Giri Chuang. And then from Giri Chuang, things change again to the area. So issue of Johnson Oling, it is a minor issue. It is not a big issue. Because when you have a good government who care about the citizen, there's no need for citizens to say, hey, this is my land and this is my land. But the government that have a strategy. This is your right and this is not your right. The government itself is supporting the division. So Mr. Zema Salva cannot address this issue with our land. We will not, because it's a part of it. Fiharaka in 1994, those are people who are following the convention. It was brought up, the issue with our land, and people know it. How did they answer it and how SPLA was answering it? And it was clear there was not any problem. Why a problem came up after this? But also, it is the hand of the JC, like Uncle, I respect Elder Joe, is a very good politician, good elders, but I disagree with him with the agendas. Because part of the agenda that makes Salva to be weak now and destroy South Sudan is the JC agenda, the agenda with Elder Joe too, you know. So you should know this, why we are in this chaos, you know. It is a part of the JC because JC brought some ideas, and those ideas are not fitting in. You know, now they are saying, hey, now Uncle now Shane now say, hey, peace need to be implemented. And you know, and 3 months ago or 5 months ago, Junko brought him And he says that by himself. I think you're hearing me. He said, Riek Machar and Salva Kiir, they will not work together. You say it by yourself. You say that way, Uncle Aldo. What we say here, when we say Dr. Riek, it is not us who define it. The East Africa themselves in 2015, before they signed the agreement. East Africa, they sit down. The only one person will disagree, they must seven. The only person got like in the rest of the East Africa, they agree that Salva Kiir or Riek Machar will be out of this transitional government. They mention it. I think all of you hear this, guys. Simidu Kalanda. Museveni also why was resistant. Galala, because of his own interest. You know, but the part of East Africa, they already mentioned, okay, the dialogue itself, dialogue team, which is appointed by itself, they come up with it. You know, they came out the same thing. So here also we are the citizens, and then then also we say, you know what, the solution is those guys to be out of the power. They are the only path for us. But also I was happy that Attilo, you should go back to BDR but 2019. You know, when you were talking here in the media with us, I think you have so many videos behind there. Go and review them. You know, you were tarnished this government of Salva Kiir, stood down. I'm surprised now that you came up, and it is good to be clear in, you know, say, hey, I'm a part of this, or I'm united with the SPLM, or this and this. You know, but it is good to make sure yourself clear so people can know. The public here in the Facebook, they will know exactly who are belong to this. But if you are just in the middle, people will confuse. So that's what I'm reminding you, brother. Just come up and say I'm a government supporter. It is not bad. Today you are the government supporter. Tomorrow we can be a government, and we will still brother, and we are all South Sudanese. Al Miskala ma personality. Al Miskala is ideas. Ideas. That's why we make it. They are Miskala in Sudan. We need the quality ideas. People who can lead country. People who can motivate generational guys, so that we can have a nation. This is all about. It is not about Salva Kiir personality or Dr. Riek Machar. No, it is a leadership. Sudan is missing something. Quality leadership. This is what we mean. We don't support rebellion because why? We lost a life. You know, but rebellion also you cannot take it away so far. You should know this. You know, I don't support it, but you don't take it so far. You know, it should be just aside. If their right was acceptable, then they can put down their guns and then join the country. For Tijade, brother Tila, this is what we are telling you about it. Issue of Kuala. That's why I brought me up. Kuala was not wrong. It is a right to appoint Salva because a military rank, you cannot go behalf that. I'm an intellectual. I shanamu nidale kalam masa nidale for everybody. Anybody has right to come out and say the reality of the nation. For ita kama wari nasa kita lota hakuma, we can know it also. Because BDR we still have them. In 2019, 2018. We know how you were talking here in the media. So today, just tell the people, hey, Anna, this is where I stand for. So we can know exactly. So when we are approaching you, so we don't want to approach you like aggressive. We can just approach you like, you know, you are another part of the peanuts in the South Sudan. But at the end, we disagree with you or we agree with you.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Charles. The king, but another no way. Sure, of course, issue with the Upper Nile was not minor. You know, you mean minor.
Jonkor, yeah, you should
okay, Jonkor, let me tell you why I say minor. Yes, when I say
hang on, just Charles, brother Charles, because I have an issue just came up and I would like to leave, and it's good if you can give me just a few minutes so I can weigh in.
Go ahead,
Abu Yazid. Can wrap it up. Sorry for interrupting, brother Charles. I will start with brother Charles. Let me tell you this. My name is Attilio. I have a personal ethics. I believe in what I said 5 years, 2 years, 10 years ago, and I stand for those. Once you decide to be politicians, whatever you say in the social media, في المسجد ولا في الكنيسة, they are regarded as political statements. They are political statements. What are you trying to justify here that Kwal Manyang appointed Salva because of the military ring is a BS. And excuse my language. Because Salva Kiir by then was stayed by Dr. John Garang and people were predicted that in that movement, there's chaos to happen. Barkazal is going to defect. Everybody knows that. You're not going to come here and entertain that. It's not going to work. You see? That's why I said we need to be very fair and we need to be very vocal when we address issues. SPLM became a party recently. It was a movement. It was a human right movement by definitions. And I was a member of that. In 1997 in Egypt, we formed what we call South Sudan Jadid, was led by Boltobi Maduat. Now he's a member of the parliament. Leave this Jonkor where I have some videos. I have some videos even before Jonkors. But a few ashar. Shimali knows that, leave alone South Sudanese. So I'm the last person who gonna dish out here to try to hide. I'm not a member of the government. I used to be loyal of the movement. Like everyone, including you, Abdullah Garang, Jonkor Mayol, Yogit, Uncle Aldo, everyone. In fact, Dr. Aldo and me, we are from the same geographical districts in the area called Bech in northern Barazal. I have a lot of respect to him because he used to be my dad rivals in the election those days, and he knows that very well. I don't have anything against him. He's a senior politician. يعني قلت كثير من المناصب في حكومة بتاعت صادق المهدي حتى ما تم الانقلاب, and then they were ousted and left. Yes, he was a member of the this controversial مجلس عيان الدينكا, وعنده مساهمات يمكن كثيرة دلل سلفا كير. But for you to be a politician, and now we're trying to I like the word that Brother Ding Ayog use, to be selective in our filter. That into our Lumbarik, it doesn't work in politics. Ding Ayog gal gubel ehna manzuma siyasiya. Once you said that, whatever you say here is a political statement. Al-insan al-musaqqaf siyasiyan will not buy that because you are going to change that tomorrow. It's just a matter of time. What is more important here is this. What is more important is the idea that we are contemplating on having the consensus بانه لازم يكون في تغيير في جنوب السودان. التغيير ما شخصيات، ما الفكير الطويل المشلق وعرير ياك مشار التخين واللابس بطله، نو ما شخصيات. الفكير وراه قبيله بحالته، ياك مشار وراه قبيله بحالته. If now you get rid of Salva Kiir and Riek Machar tomorrow, you're going to have South Sudan that equivalent to Singapore or Norway? I don't think so. This will bring us للحته اللي قاله دكتور ألدو قبل شويه. And let me make it very clear. I'm trying to be very technical because why Dr. Aldo said that, I'm trying to read his minds, even though he's very far. Maybe Charles is going to rule me or qualify me to be a pro-government or the pro-opposition or pro the SPLM as he just said. أول حاجة عشان تقوم بالثورة عندك 3 عوامل. There's 3 steps you need to have an answer for them. الأسباب اللي خليك إنك تقوم بالثورة شنو؟ في South Sudan, thank you, John Kormayol. He was like almost a week trying to lay them out. The poverty, ما في school, ما في educations, عدم الاستقرار الأمني, and you name it. From A to Z. There is tons of reasons بخليك تقوم بالثورة. The second element is this. Do you have the element بنجح الثورة؟ عندك ناس في الجيش، عندك ناس في البوليس، عندك ناس في التقويات القبلية الموجودة في جنوب السودان from Equatoria to Al Nil to Bar al Ghazal. Do you have people that will support the uprisings? And the third one is this. I don't know if Brother Charles is aware of this. How to start, how with the H, how to start the revolutions. This is very important. It's just ما مسألة بتاعت إنه يا جماعة نمشي في ناخذ المايك المنتخب القومي لجنوب السودان فاز بكاس الافريقيه بكره نطلع شارع نمشي المطار نستقبل المنتخب القومي. People will go out. but to revolutionize عشان تسقط الحكومة. And in that fashion tomorrow يوم 30 تطلع الشارع أي زول يطلع عشان نسقط الحكومة. They're gonna fight for their life. These folks. That's why الحتة اللي قالوا دكتور ألدو قبل شوية بتاعت revitalized peace agreements. What is it? Revitalized peace agreement replaced the constitution of South Sudan when it was signed. And this is something I want Brother Deng Ayogdit to listen to and underline. حسي في الحكومة الموجود لو ما الدكتور ياك مشار ولا الدكتور جون جرن Salva Kiir, we will not go back to South Sudan constitution of 2011. We will go back to revitalized peace agreement. It was sponsored by international community through the Al-Ittihad Al-Afriqi. I think that's why he said that.
But it's failing though.
Yes, was that?
It has not been implemented and it's not going to work, you know.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. But it was sponsored by the region, by international community. We need their support. We need the support of the regions. ما يمكن نطلع شارع حتى لو الحركة الشعبية we crush them. The Uganda will not let us take the power. For instance, عايزين دول الجوار to be the element اللي بخلي إنه الثورة تنجح في جنوب السودان. We need to be realistic, folks. I'm trying to be fair with you. ما مسألة بتاعت emotions.
So you are against the revolution in international?
No, I'm not against. This is the misleading point here.
No, it's not misleading because you said that الثورة ما ممكن تنجح.
الثورة ما ممكن تنجح كيف because we didn't address and we don't know the answer for 3 points that I was laying out. الأسباب موجودة. جونكور يتكلم فيه وعبد الله يتكلم فيه وتشارلز يتكلم فيه وتيلو يتكلم فيه دينغ يوب يتكلم فيه ودكتور أدو يتكلم فيه. The elements. عند الناس في السجون، عند الناس في الجيش، في البوليس، في المستشفيات، في القطاع العام، في القطاع الخاص، مؤيدين الثورة، في القبائل. ما في جونكور, you know this philosophy called communitarianism is a political philosophy that emphasizes the importance of the community. That's why لو دكتور Salva Kiir أي نزول بكرة من أول ناس أول بيحتفلوا Thanksgiving to President Salva Kiir because he recognized the Awil community. And the same thing goes to different communities. We need to address those issues, otherwise we'll be encountered by our own. That's what I'm trying to say here. الثورة ممكن يحصل يا الأخ جونكور.
لكن الإرادة وطنية. نحن عندنا إرادتنا كوطن. ليه مثلا you worried about Uganda and Kenya and all these things? لو الشعب قرر كلمته and wanted to remove this government and they want to install a government for the people and by the people, government that will deliver the services. What's wrong with it? Why would you care about Uganda?
Well, you need a support because look what happened when Riek Machar movement was actually advancing to Juba. What Ugandan did? They came with the Air Force, they gunned down the IO forces. What happened? Because it's their interest. Nobody give a damn. We decided to be a part of the international community. International community comes with the expenses. There is a game played here. It's not just like I'm South Sudan, I'm a member, nobody will touch me. No, they will crush you.
I disagree with that. Yes. I disagree with that. لأن أساساً إرادة الشعبية بيحترم. لأنه the sovereignty for the people of South Sudan. So Museveni support Kiir, but if people of South Sudan say no, Museveni is not going to bring the military and bomb South Sudanese on the street. There's no way something like that can happen.
Yes, كلامك صح. What I'm saying is the second layer of the obstacles. Museveni will come after we, الشعب, طلعنا الشارع, and then we crash the SPLM with جيش بتاعه.
Junko, just 1 second, okay?
Hold on. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's a lot of private armies in the country that are ready to defend their political entity. That's why we need element that will support the uprising to succeed. هاي مسألة تعالين نطلع الشارع بس and that's it. زي ما قالوا قبل في زول قالوا ما أعرف أخ عبد الله بين الثورة السودانية اللي حصل رغم إنه there is no مقارنة بين الثورة السودانية وجنوب السودان. نحتاج الوعي السياسي. We need to be very realistic, folks. الثورة كان بدأت في الفرن كان فشل. الناس طلع الشارع قالوا بنزين. But and so on وهكذا. That's why I said even if Charles if he's my friend on Facebook, he will see what I wrote about Kwel Agwer. And to come here tell me that I'm a pro-government. You go check my profile and see what I wrote about Kwel Agwer.
Let me
I
say
even
this,
quoted
Junko.
yes. I even quoted من أشهر الشعراء بتاع السودان الشاعر إدريس محمد جماعة when he said حزه كالدقيقة فوق شوق نصروه فلإلهائه في يوم الريه قالوا أجمعوه فصوب الأمر إليهم فقالوا أتركوه من أشكاه ربوه فلن تسعدوه because the absence of the outcry and
ده has زفت.
yes من اللي عليك.
لكن لا نحن الجنوبيين حظنا ما زي ده. we know حظنا شنو.
And even I compare that we went to the street, we went to social media when Arthur Akwian was arrested. And when Mile 14 was included as a contested area between Sudan and South Sudan. Now Kwel Agwer is speaking about the change and he was arrested even though he's 6.
Yep. Attila, can I answer you a second and then I will go? Let me answer you second here.
Anyway, there is nothing against you, brother Charles, but I want to tell you this.
No, not against.
No, hang on,
yes.
I just let me finish. I'm finishing. View that I'm presenting here are my opinions. Solely my opinions, are not presenting a will community or whoever. Let me tell you this, I'm a loyal of the SPLM, yes, before, but I'm against President Salva Kiir. Let me tell it clearly, now and tomorrow and next century even. And thank you.
Okay, thank you, Abu Yasmin, for your perspective. Charles, أنا داير أديك فرصة. تفضل.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if he's gone. No, there's one thing here, I disagree with him. Okay, that's good. First of all, Kalam Al-Gal, Museveni will go to war. No, Museveni min Khachel Hab, it wasn't go by himself. Though Obama is the one who ordered Museveni to know. In fact, Obama was ordering Museveni to go and serve institutions in Juba. They are the main hadaf. Gal go to war. You know, this America, we are here, guys, and we know all information. You know very well. So it was America, administration of Obama, who tell Museveni, go and serve institutions in Juba. That's the main thing. Museveni went to the war. So Museveni, he doesn't have a right to come and bomb the South Sudanese. Kalam de ma Montague. We have to be like this. Number two, Hagbutana, Hagbuta Sharp, Maderlena. We don't need another neighbor country to support this. This is a civilian administration. The Nas Shailin Maafisila, the not rebellion, and this is the right of the human being all over the world, even in America, in Canada, where you live. The Hagbuta is sharp. So Kalamde, I don't see any problem with this. But my disagreement with you, if it's a good you are against self, no. If you agree with Aldo Ajo, that means you are not disagree with self, because you know you say yes, Aldo Ajo, we respect him. He's a very good politician. He's a very uncle or what. But when you agree with Aldo Ajo and those Jain Council of Elders, they have the part and they have a big hand of the destruction of the country, brother. I'm not sure you are the pro-government, but you are truly supporter of Salva Kiir Mayari. Don't hide it. When you say the SPLM, even if you say the whole SPLM, even here's my chat. I use the SPLM. All Junubin cool because SPLM, it is about the liberation of the South Sudan. So Manata Mopinin Kulu, they vote and they stand with the SPLM. So Anama making a good vote, Mafizon to SPLM because when they brought the palace, Kulu Junubin Dakala Yedon box. And they support who? Who did they support? They support SPLM. That means the entire South Sudan is the SPLM. So on that issue, I'm not surprised you on it. Me personally, I was in the SPLM, but I cannot say, hey, you were not there. I was there in the SPLM, but I cannot say you are not there. So SPLM is for everybody. But my disagreement with you here, you are not really pure here. You try to divert. But if you support Jain Council ideas, brother, you are Kiir government supported. And there's no way you can say you hit Kiir in another spot here, and they say you support in this side. So Attila, be friendly. This is the reality. But we see the real color. What I see from your speech, you are Kiir supporters. You are against anything. You don't agree with the administration. Right. But this is my point. That's what I just want to say.
Uprising is not an event, it is a process. A problem why the revolution did not succeed in its first days. انتوا لو جيتوا في مكان في دوله في العالم الناس يطلعوا مظاهرات نفس اليوم ونفس اليوم زاد حكومه يضغط فيه.
حكومه يقع
ما it's not if you think that way بمعنى انت زول بتحلم بمعنى a revolution there something has been planned and it has to go on into steps. We're going to go through those steps until the downfall of the government. So it is not an event, it is a process. It is a process for people to understand that. Okay, so another بيقولوا ده revolution فشل, they don't understand. We call it awakening day, so people can be awake to wake up and now they knew. حتى زول كان ما بيعرف زاد هنا في مظاهرات في البلد عرف لان حكومه طلعت دبابات وفي مناطق المفروض ما يطلع فيه دبابات ذاته. الناس بقى يسال زول كان ما بيعرف يحل بيقول في شنو ما قال في نادي في مظاهرات. So that awakening even حكومه ذات عمل awakening للناس اللي كان ما عارفين. So please الزول اللي بيقول ده قال الثوره فشلت, he does not know anything. He does not know anything. It is a process and the process has started and people of South Sudan will do this. استاذ عبد الله قرن نديك الفرصه.
شكرا جزيلا. انا بس داير نعلق في بعض الكلام هنا. الاسئله طرحوا كثير ابو ياسمين عن عناصر قيام الثوره وذكر 3 حاجات اظن اسباب قيام الثوره. بعد ذاك هل هنالك اي خلط من القوات المسلحه او القبائل الاخرى؟ بعد ذاك انترناشونال كوميونتي. انا داير اقول للناس المشاهدين الموجودين هنا طبعا القضيه بتاعت الابرايزنج ما تمت بالصدفه. تم التخطيط لها وتم الاعلان لها. وانا اقول لكم انا ما اقدر نكشف لكم اسرار لكن يس وي هاف اتصالات مع الجيش. ده ما بقول لك الناس منو ده لكن عندنا اتصالات. الجيش يعني في كل اتصالاتنا معهم they are positive انه يكون في تغيير في جنوب السودان. وده وفي منهم بيقول يا اخي نحن ما دايرين ده مواطن. المواطن لو طلع في الشارع وعبر عن رايه ده من حقه. نحن ما علينا الا نحمي شنو المواطن. ده الرتب دون الجنرالات الموجودين فوق. فانا داير اقول شنو لابو ياسمين. طبعا اي ثوره ما لم تنادي بقضيتك ما لم تتحرك ما في زول بيجي بيقول لي نحن بقينا معاك ونحن كده. الثوره بتاع السودان يعني تحركوا سنين بعد ذاك الجيش انضم للمواطن. لكن ما من اول يوم طوالي الجيش مثلا يعلن عصيانه ويقف مع شنو مع المواطن. ده انقلاب وده ما يكون ده ما بيكون ثوره شعبيه. ده بيكون انقلاب مخطط لها من الجيش مع الشعب. لكن الشيء اللي انا اقوله يس هنالك قبول كبير جدا من القوات المسلحه القوات الاس بي ال اي. بعد ذاك القبائل الاخرى يا براذر ابو ياسمين وتشارلز انتم ما تتخيلوا يعني الان نحن بدينا نبني الوحده الاجتماعيه. لانه كان في ناس مثلا يعني بيتهموا انه مثلا ابناء دينكا هم الرضيانين بالوضع وما دايرين تغيير. لكن الان هذه المنظومه فيها كل ابناء جنوب السودان سواء كانوا من الاستوائيه ومن اعالي النيل ومن اي مكان. So let us keep this unity. لازم نتوحد في قضايانا نحن كشعب عشان نحن نقدر نعمل تغيير في جنوب السودان. Already when we are united, when we have strong arguments, you know, لما قضيتنا يكون يعني قضيه نحن مؤمن به تماما يكون تغيير اكيد الجيش حينحاز للشعب. ده ما داير له 2 3. لكن نحن ما ممكن نجي نكشف لكم نقول لكم يا ناس الفرقه الفلانيه معانا والفرقه الفلانيه معانا.
طبعا
يعني في اتصالات every day هنالك الجهات تحاول انه تضمن مكانها لانه عارفين انه الاراده الشعبيه في النهايه هي الاقوى. فانا بطمن الناس المشاهدين انه كونه الجيش ينهاز عندما يقف المواطن وعندما يخرج المواطن للشارع ده ما ده له 3. I'm gonna show you that will gonna happen ابو ياسمين. اما بموضوع بتاع international communities اكيد طبعا يوغندا لما يتدخل في الاحداث اللي حصلت اتدخلت yes for interest. لكن يوغندا ما حيكون اقوى من الاراده الشعبيه.
نعم.
واي زول سياسي عارف الكلام ده. لما الشعب يقرر الدول لازم تعمل حسابها لانه ده قرار شعب وليس قرار حكومه. قرار الشعب هي اقوى من قرار الحكومه. اذا شعب جنوب السودان قالوا دايرين تغيير، اكيد يوغندا وكينيا ايفن السودان زينا حيرجعوا لورا وحيشوفوا مصالحهم وين، لانه الحكومه بقي جديده، هم دايرين يتعاونوا مع الحكومه بتجي جديد وليس كيف. هم الان بيتعاملوا مع الحكومه الان الموجود كحكومه وليس افراد. اذا الشعب مثلا يوم اراد ان يغير هذه الحكومه، اكيد انترناشونال الدول المجاوره ما حيتدخلوا، ما حيقدروا يتدخلوا لان دي اراده شعبيه. اما في international community, yes, we have now we open في قنوات الان في منظمات دول الان بتسال، هم بس كانوا ما عارفين بيسالوا who you are and what kind of the system you are going to bring. Can we know? We want to know, and then maybe we can help you, maybe not. ده ما الحاجه دي انت لو ما بديت ما بتمشي. الان نحن بدينا، طيب ما هذه البدايه، وبعد يوم 30 الان وسعنا القاعده الشعبيه في جنوب السودان وفي كل الولايات. الناس عرفت انه في ابناء جنوب السودان الان قائمين بالتغيير، الحكومه عرفت في تحدي، والان في كلام انه يصرف للناس مرتبات. حتى الحكومه نادت الاحزاب الاخرى، الاحزاب الاخرى في جنوب السودان كان موقع لاتفاق السلام انها تجيب مناديب عشان يعينوه في البرلمان. ده كلام ده ما كان موجود. اذا المواطن ما يتحرك ما في حاجه بيجيك في مكانك. الحقوق تؤخذ ولا تمنح، كويس؟ الحقوق حقك تطلع، حقك ما بتحرسه يجيك في محلك. اذا الان ده الثوره الشعبيه and we are going forward. الان yes ابو ياسمين لسؤالك، العناصر بتاعت الثوره، الاسباب من اجل الثوره متوفره. دعم، يس، في دعم من الكوميونيتيز، من كل الاقاليم الثلاثه، في دعم من كل القبائل المختلفه، في دعم international community. يس، انا الان نحن بدينا خطواتنا انه نتعاون مع الناس زين في communication right now, and we're gonna continue until this government اما ان يغير وينادي الانتخابات في فتره وجيزه، او الحكومه دي يمشي. ما له اثنين ثلاثه. لكن الناس اللي قاعدين يتكلموا مثلا عن الانتخابات، كويس؟ الحكومه يا جماعه ما قاعد يتكلم عن الانتخابات. We never heard that الحكومه saying election will be in 2023. ما في كلام زي ده. الاتفاقيه نفسه expire. الاتفاقيه دي خلاص باقي لها ايام وشهور يكون غير قانوني. بعد 3 سنين حتى الحكومه مشت عينت اعضاء البرلمان. اذا الحكومه ما جادة في تنفيذ اتفاق السلام، والاراده الشعبيه حيستمر. And we will continue to bring real change, and next government, if we succeed, and we're gonna be different than this government. ان احنا حنبني المجتمع حقنا بتاع جنوب السودان بالقانون وليس بالاماني. حنضع دستور، هذا الدستور هو الذي يوحد الشعب، لانه فيه حقوق المواطن، حيكون فيه حقوق كل المواطن، ما في مواطن يظلم. زول شالوا عرض حقه القانون بيديه حقه، زول تعدى على الخير القانون حيوقفه. حيكون في التساوي. بعدين نحن نعمل تعداد سكاني، حنوزع السلطه حسب من الموارد حسب التعداد السكاني، ما حنوزع عشوائي، لا. اذا كان الدستور بيقر انه الموارد بتاعت الدوله يتم توزيعها حسب التعداد السكاني، اذا ما بيكون في ظلم. لما يكون في ظلم، لما ما يكون في ظلم، لما يكون في مساواه، اذا القبليه بتختفي. اذا العداله من هنا بتجي، حيكون في عداله. انا بشكر الاخ ابو ياسمين لانه هو جاء، لكن داير اقول للناس I know that ابو ياسمين انت لو رجعت المقال حقه I don't think so. ابو ياسمين he is a government supporter. I can't say that he's a government supporter. Maybe هو ممكن مختلف معانا في بعض النقاط، لكن انا بقول لابو ياسمين yes, we can discuss and we can together because we want you to be on our side and help. So الايدياز الافكار انت قاعد تقوله ده ان احنا محتاجين لها نتحاور like you said an intellectual and let's come in خلينا نجي سوا عشان نكون اقوياء. بعدك يعني الحكومه دي بتخاف. الحكومه الان ما خايفه من الحركات المسلحه، ما خايفه من اي زول، ايفن ما خايفه من international community، لكن الحكومه بتخاف من الشعب. الحكومه الان الموجود ما بيخاف من international community. They don't care about what a United Nations say or whatever. لكن بخاف من الشعب. اذا نحن الشعب، نحن السلطه بتاع الشعب، ونحن سوف نستمر في التعبئه الشعب عشان يعرف حقوقه. وفي النهايه هذه الثوره ستنجح اذا استمرت هذه الحكومه بنفس المنوال. Thank you very much.
شكرا استاذ عبد الله قرن لهذا الاضاءات الابريشن في بوينت بتاعك. يس ثوره تنجح. وفي النقطه دي انا اتفق معك انه عبدو ياسمين هو ما قبل سبورتر. I know for sure. لكنه maybe he has his own way of seeing things.
بس انا نسيت نقطه مهمه جدا. اذا انكل الدو جو هو موجود معنا واذا هو قاعد يسمع، طبعا انكل الدو جو زي ما قال ابو ياسمين هو يعني مارس السياسه من هو شاب لحد
22 سنه،
وصل لحد ما بقى نائب رئيس البرلمان في السودان الموحد في زمن بتاع سيد المهدي. انتوا قد نجحتوا يعني ايفن الحكومات بتاعت 1972 South Sudanese were united more than today. So now why we are divided? We are divided because of this system. The government system we have in South Sudan today divide us. The government system we have in South Sudan today kill us. The government system we have in South Sudan today هو بسبب المواطنين الآن نازحين في معسكرات بتاعت الأمم المتحدة داخل جوبا وفي الدول الجوار. إذن هذه الحكومة لها دور أساسي في تفتيت المجتمع. أنا بقول لأنكم الآن ما هو دوركم إنكم تشجعوا الشباب الآن الموجودين عشان يتحدوا مثلا أو يتوحدوا ويمشوا ويطلعوا جنوب السودان من الوضع الآن الموجود. We need your help. عندكم خبرة، لكن الخبرة لازم يعني خبرتكم عندكم ده لازم تتكلموا مع الشباب عشان هم يتوحدوا. ما تدافعوا عن الحكومة، لأن أصلا أنت ما داير سلطة. أنت ليه بتدافع مثلا من الحكومة؟ ليه أنت مثلا داير سلطة؟ أنت السلطة حتسيبها شنو؟ You don't need it. You don't need أنت ما داير وزارة. أنت الآن مرجع تاريخي. الحكومة والمعارضة يجوك ويلقوا منك الحاجة ممكن نستفيد منها، لكن ما تقيف في جانب الحكومة. لازم تقيف في جانب المواطن. لازم تقيف في الوسط بين الشباب اللي هم دايرين تغيير، بين الأجيال اللي نحن دايرين جنوب السودان يكون كيف لنا نحن ولا الأجيال مثلا ورانا، لأنه زمانكم خلاص انتهى. It's not your times, it's our times, and we have to decide what kind of government we want. What kind of South Sudan we want. What kind of relationship we want with other countries. نحن من نقرر ومحتاجين لاستشارتكم، لكن ما تجيبوا مع الحكومة. الحكومة دي هي سبب المشاكل الآن ان احنا يعني في الأسباب ان احنا وصلنا فيه الآن، تشريد corruption and all of this. So أنكل ألدو أنا بشكرك، أنت موجود معنا في الشباب، لكن محتاجين خبرتك. أيضا تاريخ بتاع جنوب السودان أنتوا عارفين ما مكتوب. The history of South Sudan until now is not written. العناصر اللي هم حافظين التاريخ زي أنكل ألدو جو، أنتوا لازم تتفرغوا تدوا نفسكم الزمن تكتبوا التاريخ ذاك المثل بوحد، التاريخ ذات البعكس الوجه الحسن لجنوب السودان ولشعب جنوب السودان. Is your times and your time to tell us what was our history, what went wrong and what went right and what we have to do عشان جنوب السودان في المستقبل يكون دولة قادرة إنها تحمي نفسها، دولة قادرة إنها مثلا توفر الخدمات للمواطن، ويكون ويكون دولة عظمى في منطقة القرن الأفريقي. We can do this. So we need your help, and I don't want you, our elders, to be inside of the government. Thank you very much.
Thank you عبد الله قرن لكلام المهم ده. الثورة مستمرة وزي ما أنا قلت مرارا كثيرا they are playing cards with us. Those who are they are anti-change in South Sudan, but in South Sudan moving forward. And that's why, do you recall, just not too long ago, people used to call me that I am an anti-Dinka? You remember very well, in Concerned Citizen of South Sudan. They used to call me that name. But today, they are not calling me that name. Today, they are coming in and writing here, you are not inclusive. We don't see other tribe on what you're doing. So they twisted from being an anti-Dinka to being a pro-Dinka. You see what game they are playing? They're trying to play game. عشان يقولوا اننا قبليين. قبل اسبوع تذكر طلعوا ليس وقال يا اخي اننا عملنا وشكلنا حكومه وكده وحكومه ده ما في ناس من مجتمعات ثانيه. We did not do such as those. So we know exactly احنا بدينا مشوارنا and we will never quit until South Sudan see the light at the end of the tunnel. Yes, كلام انت تقوله ده كلام مهم جدا جدا. We are working hard. We don't have to disclose anything, to anyone, to everyone, but we are working hard toward this change, and this change will happen. And South Sudan that we are looking for, South Sudan with the clean water, South Sudan with bridges and roads, South Sudan with a hospital. عشان مرة لما نودوه ما يلقى الدكتور ما في زي المرة قبل أنا شرحت ماتت because ما كان في دكتور ما كان في عملية نقل الدم وماتت بجنين في بطنه. South Sudan اللي بيكون just for all South Sudanese from all different background. That's South Sudan we want. South Sudan that can be economic zone because we have what it takes to be economic zone. ما South Sudan ناس قاعدين في يعني في غرفة ضيقة كده يقولوا يا أخي ده بلاك ده بتاع وده ربيق وده كده. No, this is not South Sudan that we are looking for. South Sudan that بيتسع الجميع. That's what we want. And people need to understand that right, the Bill of Rights, Constitution of Geneva Sudan, كفل الحريات إنه نحن we can express ourselves. And that's in Article 24, actually. I can quote Article 24 from the Constitution of South Sudan 2011, amended in 2015. Article 24, every citizen shall have the right of freedom of expression, reception and dissemination of information and publication. يقولوا حقوق دستور وفروا. نفس Article 25 also talk about this. Every citizen have right to a peaceful assembly, recognized in the grantee. Every person shall have right to freedom of association with others, including you can protest. So this is not something that is only what are you guys doing? دي حاجات موجوده في الدستور بتاعنا والحكومه دي 16 سنه ما عملت اي حاجه. So what we need people to come and support what we are doing because we need this South Sudan to be a better عشان نرجع اهلنا ومجتمعات بتاعنا لجاستس ليبرتي prosperity اللي كنا حاربنا من اجله 22 years. عبد الله قرن انت لو مشيت ديانا تلقى الناس بتاعنا من نورثن باركزال تعبانين تلقاهم في بابا نوسه تلقاهم في مجلة تلقاهم في فولا تلقاهم في الراحت تلقاهم في نيالا تلقاهم في المناطق دي كلها في ميرم. Okay, but أنا قبل I played that report from Al Jazeera from Nil Al-Abyad in Sudan. So Al Jazeera, they might not be there to report such things that are happening to our people. Just this is a part, but go to Uganda, go to Ethiopia, go to Kenya. South Sudanese are everywhere. We should not condone the behaviors of this regime because this regime actually is showing, they don't care. What they care is to loot and to remain in power. Kalamna an 8-point from Arusha to Addis Ababa Agreement, to Roma, to Kiss of the Feet, to Khartoum Peace Agreement, to National Dialogue. Ya to al-wu'ud al-government kan wa'adum. Ya akhi ma'qul ya jama'a, it doesn't require you to be genius to understand as they are buying time. They are no longer there for you, and they will not be there for you. This government is not loyal to the people, it's not loyal to the country, and something that we need to understand. And with that, yes, they must be removed, and people of South Sudan will do this. People are awakening right now. Okay, people are awakening. This is not the time that we were in confinement, people of South Sudan understand their simple right, their basic right. Right in the country, more nadif, in the country, mustashfa, in the country, share, in the country, madarat lejanak. In the country, maash bitak haraka gaje shabi. In inta lama tamshi maash, you get your pension. Ekulu hukuk bitak. Simple. Simply, mara maiji marfahini amalo attack. Ano could gulta kalam de. Yes, a fallen part of the security. If the government is not, providing security, what's going to happen? In Canada, yes, the government can put, be careful, they're wolf or hyena, whatever, they can be there, or wild animals. But if you call 911, they will come and help you. We don't have 911 in South Sudan. I don't expect that to have 911, but we have the police. We have the forces. But the forces have been used to protect the government, the power of the government. You see on the 30 years what happened? Magul al-Kalam. So we must speak up and we'll continue to do this. Another Bugula Galdel bigger Khalat Danish, you learn at the beginning of Gabalin. 2 years ago, you are calling us Nana Kunna Inaida and anti our own community. Now, begin pro our own community. I know they are twisting it, but it's still not going to bring us down. I know people are walking around calling, please, you should not listen. This guy is using you and that guy is using you. These are all smear lies, will not take you anywhere, and we will not back up. This is all about moral. We are morally, determined. We have that moral courage. This is the route that we are taking. So thank you for watching. Saura Mustamira, and we will get out of this. South Sudan will be a desirable country to live, and country that our children and children will be talking about. Thank you and have a good night. Thank you, Ustaz Abdullah. Thank you. I will leave you with Silver X.
What is it? It's a remix pattern. Silver X, it's a remix pattern. Remember, it's a holy and family. Fresh mind, fresh ideas. Some studio, I live with Gloria. But this is a gold, madam. That is, the killing of Bali. Come tomorrow. I make a taban. Tomorrow, come again. I give it to mommy, mama. I live with Gloria. But this is a gold, madam. That is, the killing of Bali. Come tomorrow. I make a taban. Tomorrow, come again. I give it to mommy, mama. I'm the Hagigi. I like it, I'm a dog. I don't want to suck it. And I live with Gloria. And I make a taban. And I live, and I make a taban. So I'll be here, everybody like a sukutu. When I come out the rear, I like a project. When I get a madam, I like a come over, when I come on,